Hey, I'm glad you're here tonight. Somewhere at this exact moment, you press play. Maybe the room is dark. Maybe the world is finally quiet, and you just needed something steady to listen to. This channel exists for nights like this. Real true crime stories, told calmly, so you don't have to sit in silence. It's always a strange and comforting feeling, knowing these stories reach people far beyond this room. If you want, tell me where you're listening from. I'd genuinely love to know. And if you keep coming back, subscribing simply means this space will always be here when you need it. This is episode 114. Let's begin. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who built his entire life around control. Control over his appearance, control over his routine, and most importantly, control over how other people saw him. His name was Mark Hacking, and for years, he lived inside a carefully constructed illusion. To his neighbors in Salt Lake City, Utah, he was a quiet husband. To his family, he was someone working toward a career in medicine. To his wife, Lori, he was a partner building a shared future filled with promise. Their apartment was small but comfortable, filled with the ordinary signs of a young couple moving forward in life. Books stacked near the bed, notes written about future plans, and schedules that reflected ambition and hope. Nothing about their life suggested instability. Nothing about Mark suggested violence. But behind the structure of that ordinary life was a secret he had been hiding for years, and that secret was slowly approaching the point where it could no longer remain hidden. Mark and Lori met years earlier and quickly formed a close bond. Lori was disciplined, motivated, and deeply supportive. She believed in Mark's future. She believed in his intelligence. He had told her he was attending medical school, that he was progressing toward becoming a doctor. She trusted him completely. She told friends and family about his achievements with pride. Their families celebrated their progress, believing they were watching two young people build a stable and meaningful future. Mark reinforced this belief by maintaining routines that appeared consistent with his claims. He left home at expected hours. He spoke about exams. He discussed academic pressures. He created the appearance of someone moving steadily toward a professional career. But the truth was different. Mark had never been accepted into medical school. He had lied. The lie did not exist as a single moment of deception. It existed as a structure, something he maintained daily. Each morning he left the apartment not to attend classes, but to preserve the illusion. Each conversation with Lori reinforced the false reality he had created. He understood that the longer the lie existed, the more difficult it would become to escape it. But instead of admitting the truth, he continued building layers around it. He avoided situations where his claims could be directly verified. He controlled conversations. He provided explanations that prevented deeper questioning. He lived in constant awareness that exposure could happen at any moment. By July 2004, that moment was approaching. Lori had begun preparing to move with Mark to North Carolina, where he claimed he had been accepted into a medical program. She had told her family. She had made plans. She had trusted completely in the future he described. But unknown to her, the truth was beginning to surface. Verification requests were being made. Records were being examined. The illusion was weakening. On the morning of July 19th, 2004, Lori woke up early. It was an ordinary morning. She told Mark she planned to go for a run. She often exercised in the mornings. It was part of her routine. She left the apartment wearing running clothes. She did not take her phone. She did not take identification. She did not take anything unusual. She never returned. At first, Mark's behavior appeared consistent with concern. He told people she had gone running and had not come back. He contacted family members. He spoke with police. He repeated the same explanation. He said he had been asleep when she left and did not know what happened after that. Investigators responded quickly. Missing person cases always begin with urgency, especially when the disappearance is sudden and unexplained. They searched nearby areas. They interviewed neighbors. They examined possible routes Lori might have taken during her run. But investigators quickly noticed something unusual. There was no evidence she had gone running. No witnesses had seen her. No cameras captured her. No physical signs suggested she had left the apartment alive. Investigators began focusing on the last person known to have seen her, Mark. At first, his explanations appeared calm and consistent. He described waking up after she had left. He described assuming she had gone running as planned. He described becoming concerned when she did not return. But investigators are trained to observe details beyond words. They observe timing. They observe inconsistencies. They observe behavior. They examined his movements carefully. They discovered that on the day Lori disappeared, Mark had driven his car to a location investigators would later identify as a landfill transfer station. This discovery was critical. Landfill transfer stations serve as collection points where trash is deposited before being transported to larger landfills. Material deposited there becomes extremely difficult to recover. Investigators examined records. They confirmed Mark had accessed the station that morning. This contradicted his earlier statements. He had not mentioned visiting the station. Investigators searched the apartment. Inside, they discovered evidence that suggested violence had occurred. Blood evidence was found. Attempts have been made to clean it. Cleaning can remove visible signs, but forensic analysis can reveal what remains beneath the surface. Investigators used chemical detection methods that exposed traces invisible to the naked eye. The apartment had been cleaned deliberately. Investigators now understood that Lori had never left the apartment alive. Attention intensified. Search teams focused on the landfill connected to the transfer station Mark had visited. This was an enormous task. Landfills contain massive amounts of material, layered and compressed. Finding specific evidence within them requires extraordinary effort. Investigators coordinated teams. They examined records. They identified sections most likely connected to the material deposited that day. Meanwhile, Mark's behavior changed. Under pressure, maintaining his illusion became impossible. On October 1st, 2004, he confessed. He admitted that Lori had discovered the truth. She had learned he was not attending medical school. She had confronted him. The confrontation forced him to face the collapse of the identity he had built. The life he had presented, the future he had promised, the respect he had received, all of it was built on deception. In that moment, he chose violence instead of truth. His confession confirmed what investigators had already begun to prove through evidence. He was arrested. The investigation that followed revealed the full timeline. His lies had been maintained for years. He had constructed routines designed to prevent discovery. He had relied on trust. He had relied on Lori's belief in him. He had relied on the assumption that the illusion could continue indefinitely. But illusions require constant maintenance. And eventually, reality breaks through. At trial, the evidence was clear. Forensic evidence from the apartment, records from the landfill, his own admission. The jury heard the timeline in detail, understanding how his deception had evolved, how it had reached a breaking point, and how investigators had followed the evidence patiently until the truth was undeniable. Mark Hacking was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. Today, he remains incarcerated, his life defined not by the future he once pretended to pursue, but by the evidence that exposed him. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived in a quiet apartment complex in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, where the days passed slowly and nothing about his life seemed unusual to the people around him. His name was Sean Vincent Gillis. To his co-workers, he was polite, dependable, and forgettable in the way ordinary people often are. He worked at a convenience store, stocking shelves, assisting customers, and returning home at predictable hours. He shared an apartment with his longtime girlfriend. They lived together peacefully. He paid bills. He followed routines. He blended into the background of everyday life so completely that no one ever suspected the private reality he had been living for years, a reality that remained hidden behind a calm face and quiet voice. Sean had lived in Baton Rouge most of his life. He grew up in a stable environment, raised by his mother and grandmother after his father left when he was young. He was intelligent, observant, and socially functional. He graduated high school and maintained steady employment. He did not have a criminal record that would immediately alarm anyone. To neighbors and co-workers, he existed as just another person moving through life without drawing attention. He did not appear aggressive. He did not appear unstable. He appeared normal. But beginning in 1994, women in Baton Rouge began disappearing. The first was in Bryan, a 30-year-old woman who lived alone. She vanished without warning. Her absence was noticed, but there were few immediate clues. Her life had simply stopped. Days later, her body was discovered in a remote area. Investigators began their work, but there was little evidence pointing clearly to a suspect. The case remained open, unanswered. Over the next several years, more women disappeared. Each disappearance created fear, but also confusion. The victims came from different backgrounds. Some struggled in life. Some lived alone. Some were simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. There was no obvious connection between them that investigators could immediately identify. The crimes appeared isolated, but they were not. Sean Gillis continued his normal life during all of this. He went to work. He came home. He spoke with his girlfriend. He interacted with co-workers. He never spoke about what he was doing in private. He followed the news closely, observing how investigators worked, learning what they knew and what they didn't know. He understood that as long as he remained invisible, he could continue living his double life. Years passed. Then, in January 2004, everything began to change. Another woman, Charlotte Murray Pace, disappeared. She was 21 years old, a college student with a future ahead of her. She lived in an apartment complex not far from Sean's home. She was last seen alive walking toward her apartment. When she failed to appear for work the next day, concern grew quickly. Her disappearance triggered an intense investigation. Her body was discovered days later. This time, investigators recovered something critical: DNA evidence. This evidence was entered into national databases, but at the time, it did not match anyone. Still, it became a silent marker, waiting for the moment when it would connect to a name. Investigators began examining patterns across multiple cases. They noticed similarities, locations, timing, victim vulnerability. They began to suspect that a single person was responsible for several of the unsolved murders. Sean Gillis watched all of this unfold from a distance. He did not panic. He did not run. He continued his routines. But investigators continued their work quietly, patiently, building connections between evidence and individuals. In 2004, DNA collected from another crime scene was compared again. This time, it matched Sean Gillis. Detectives moved carefully. They placed him under surveillance. They observed his routines. They watched him leave for work. They watched him return home. They gathered additional evidence to confirm what they were beginning to understand. On April 29, 2004, Sean Gillis was arrested. When detectives questioned him, he did not react with confusion or denial in the way innocent people often do. Instead, he spoke calmly. He confessed. He described his crimes in detail. He explained how he selected victims, how he approached them, how he ensured he would not be seen. His voice remained steady. His demeanor remained controlled. Investigators were struck not only by what he admitted, but by how easily he spoke about it. He had lived with these secrets for 10 years. 10 years of normal conversations. 10 years of ordinary routines. 10 years of hiding in plain sight. His girlfriend, who had lived with him for years, had never suspected him. She later explained that he behaved normally every day. He showed no visible signs of a life he had been living secretly. The investigation revealed the full scope of his crimes. Multiple victims, multiple years, all committed while he maintained a stable, ordinary public life. At trial, prosecutors presented the evidence methodically. DNA, confessions, timelines, physical evidence. Each piece added to the reality that Sean Gillis had been responsible for crimes that remained unsolved for years. He was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. Today, he remains incarcerated, removed permanently from the quiet streets where he once walked unnoticed. What makes this story linger is the length of time he remained invisible. He did not rely on constant movement or escape. He relied on normalcy. He relied on routine. He relied on the assumption that danger does not look ordinary. For 10 years, He lived among neighbors who saw him as just another person. He spoke calmly. He worked quietly. He lived invisibly until the evidence, patient and silent, finally spoke for itself. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who lived alone in a quiet suburban home in the city of Quincy, Massachusetts, where nothing unusual ever seemed to happen and where neighbors believed they knew each other well enough to notice if anything was wrong. Her name was Marian Sampson, and she was 70 years old. She had lived in that house for decades. The walls held memories of her children growing up, birthdays celebrated, ordinary dinners shared, and quiet evenings spent watching television. By the time she reached her 70s, her life had slowed down. Her routines were gentle and predictable. She spent time gardening, speaking with her children on the phone, and maintaining the peaceful rhythm she had built over a lifetime. She trusted her surroundings. She trusted the familiar streets and the familiar faces. And most of all, she trusted that she was safe in her own home. Marian's children stayed in regular contact with her. They called often. They visited when they could. They knew her habits well. So when they suddenly could not reach her one day in November 2004, they immediately felt something was wrong. At first, they assumed she might be out shopping or visiting someone. But as hours passed with no response, concern slowly turned into fear. Eventually, one of her family members drove to her house to check on her personally. When they arrived, nothing seemed disturbed from the outside. The house looked exactly as it always had. But inside, something was terribly wrong. Marian was gone. Her belongings were still there. Her purse was inside. Her car was parked outside. There was no sign that she had packed anything or planned to leave. The house did not show obvious signs of forced entry, but there were small details that did not feel right. Drawers had been opened. Items had been disturbed. It was subtle, but enough to signal that something had happened inside that space. Police were called, and the investigation began immediately. Officers treated the case seriously from the start because Marian's disappearance did not fit the pattern of a voluntary departure. She had strong family connections. She had routines she followed closely. She had no reason to suddenly leave everything behind. Detectives began interviewing neighbors, friends, and family members. They searched the home carefully, looking for evidence that could explain her disappearance. What they discovered first was not dramatic, but it was important. Mary had allowed someone into her home. There were no signs of forced entry. This meant she either knew the person or did not perceive them as a threat. Investigators focused on people who had recently interacted with her. This included neighbors, service workers, and anyone who might have had access to her home. One name emerged during the investigation: Stephen Hawkinjos. Stephen was not a stranger to Mary Ann. He lived nearby. He was familiar with the neighborhood. He had done small jobs in the area. He appeared ordinary, quiet, unremarkable. He did not stand out as someone dangerous. But detectives noticed inconsistencies in his statements. When they spoke with him, he appeared nervous. His explanations changed. He could not provide a clear account of his movements. Investigators observed his behavior closely. They watched his reactions. They noted the subtle signs of someone under pressure. Meanwhile, physical evidence began to emerge. Search teams located items connected to Mary and in areas where they should not have been. These discoveries gradually narrowed the focus of the investigation. Detectives realized they were not dealing with a disappearance. They were dealing with a homicide. Eventually, Stephen confessed. He admitted that he had gone to Mary Ann's house intending to rob her. He knew she lived alone. He knew she was vulnerable. He believed he could enter her home, take valuables, and leave without consequences. But when he confronted her, she resisted. She fought back. In that moment, his plan collapsed. Fear replaced control. He killed her to silence her. Afterward, he attempted to hide the evidence. He removed her body. He disposed of it in an effort to prevent discovery. He returned to his normal life, believing he had erased the truth. But investigations do not rely on assumptions. They rely on patience. Detectives followed evidence step by step. They reconstructed timelines. They examined behavior. They compared statements. They allowed pressure to build slowly. And eventually, Stephen's control broke. He was arrested, charged, and convicted of murder. Marian's family finally had answers, though the answers brought pain instead of relief. The quiet home, where she had lived safely for decades, had become the location of her final moments. The trust she had extended to someone familiar had been used against her. What makes this case especially haunting is how ordinary everything appeared before the crime. There was no warning visible from the outside, no dramatic escalation, just a quiet man, a quiet neighborhood, and a decision that ended a life permanently. Marian had spent 70 years building a life defined by family, routine, and peace. And in a single moment, that peace was taken away by someone who believed he would never be discovered. But he was, because truth, even when buried, has a way of returning slowly, patiently, and inevitably into the light. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man whose voice was calm, whose manners were polite, and whose life appeared stable to everyone who knew him. He lived in a modest neighborhood in Cleveland, Ohio, where streets were quiet at night and neighbors rarely expected anything unusual to happen. His name was Anthony Sowell. People who saw him during the day would never have imagined that behind the closed door of his home, he was living a secret life that would eventually become one of the most disturbing criminal cases in the city's history. For years, he existed quietly among ordinary people, maintaining routines, speaking casually, and blending into the background so completely that no one truly saw what he was capable of. Anthony Sowell had served in the United States Marine Corps when he was younger. After leaving the military, he struggled to maintain stability in his life. He moved between jobs, never building a consistent career. Over time, he settled into a small home on Imperial Avenue in Cleveland. The house itself was aging and worn, like many others in the area. The paint was faded. The structure showed signs of neglect, but nothing about it immediately alarmed anyone. It was simply another house on a street filled with similar homes. Neighbors knew him casually. He was quiet. He kept mostly to himself. Occasionally, people saw women entering his house. This did not seem unusual. He spoke politely when spoken to. He did not attract attention. He did not create scenes. He existed in a way that allowed him to remain unnoticed. But beginning in the early 2000s, women in the area began disappearing. Many of these women lived difficult lives. Some struggled with addiction. Some lived on the margins of society. Their disappearances did not always receive immediate, intense investigation. They vanished quietly, and in some cases, their absence was not fully recognized right away. Anthony continued his life normally during this time. He went outside. He walked through the neighborhood. He interacted with people. He maintained the appearance of an ordinary resident. Inside his house, however, reality was very different. In September 2009, a woman managed to escape from Anthony's home. She ran to the police and reported that he had assaulted her and prevented her from leaving. Her report was detailed and urgent. Officers responded quickly. They went to his home to investigate. When they arrived, they immediately noticed a powerful odor. It was not a normal household smell. It was something far worse. Officers entered the house. Inside, they discovered evidence that confirmed their worst fears. Human remains were present inside the home. Further searches revealed multiple victims. The discovery shocked investigators and the entire community. The quiet house on Imperial Avenue, which had existed unnoticed for years, was now the center of a massive investigation. Detectives worked carefully, documenting everything. They searched every room. They searched the basement. They searched hidden areas within the structure. Anthony Sowell was arrested. When questioned, he did not provide a simple explanation. He spoke slowly. He did not immediately confess to everything, but the evidence inside his home was overwhelming. Forensic analysis connected him directly to multiple victims. Investigators reconstructed the timeline of his crimes. They discovered that he had targeted vulnerable women. He invited them into his home. Once inside, he controlled them. He ensured they could not leave. For years, he had managed to maintain his secret by relying on isolation and silence. The trial that followed revealed the full scope of his actions. Prosecutors presented forensic evidence, witness testimony, and detailed investigative findings. The quiet routines he had maintained for years were exposed as a carefully maintained illusion. He was convicted and sentenced to death. What makes this story especially disturbing is how close he lived to others while hiding such a reality. Neighbors later spoke about seeing him regularly, never suspecting what was happening behind his door. The house existed in plain sight. Nothing about it warned people of what it contained. Anthony's soul had relied on invisibility. He relied on routine. He relied on the assumption that no one would look closely enough. But eventually, one person escaped. One person spoke. And that was enough to bring everything into the open. He remains imprisoned, his life now defined not by the quiet anonymity he once depended on, but by the truth that investigators uncovered piece by piece, revealing the reality that had been hidden behind an ordinary door on an ordinary street. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a healer who became a hunter, about trust betrayed in the most sacred way, and about how someone sworn to preserve life chose instead to end it. In the hospitals of New Jersey and Pennsylvania during the late 1980s and early 1990s, patients who should have been recovering were experiencing sudden cardiac arrests at alarming rates. Medical staff noticed that these emergencies seemed to cluster during certain shifts, but the pattern was difficult to identify clearly. When someone finally connected the deaths to one particular nurse, the scope of the tragedy became clear. This is the story of Charles Cullen, a nurse who ended the lives of dozens of patients over 16 years. Between 1988 and 2003, he worked at 9 different healthcare facilities, administering lethal doses of medications to vulnerable patients in his care. He was fired from multiple positions when suspicions arose, but hospitals quietly let him go rather than report him, allowing him to find new employment and continue harming patients. His arrest in 2003 exposed not just his crimes, but a healthcare system that had failed catastrophically to protect patients from a predator in scrubs. Charles Edmund Cullen was born on February 22, 1960, in West Orange, New Jersey. His early life was marked by loss and instability. His father passed away when Charles was only 7 months old. His mother struggled to raise 9 children alone, and Charles received little individual attention or emotional support. He grew up feeling invisible and unimportant. Charles was a withdrawn, lonely child who showed signs of depression from an early age. When he was 17, his mother passed away in a car accident, leaving him feeling completely alone. He attempted to end his own life multiple times during his teenage years, but the interventions were brief and ineffective. He joined the Navy after high school, but his mental health continued to deteriorate. He attempted self-harm multiple times while in service and was eventually discharged. After leaving the Navy, Charles decided to become a nurse. He entered nursing school in the mid-1980s, and despite his psychological problems, he completed the program and received his license in 1987. He was technically competent, but showed little warmth with patients. Colleagues found him odd and distant, but his skills were adequate. Charles began working at St. Barnabas Medical Center in New Jersey in 1987. Within months, patients on his shifts began passing away unexpectedly. Elderly patients who had been stable would suddenly experience cardiac arrest. Medical staff noticed the pattern, but hospital administrators did not investigate thoroughly. When concerns were raised, they simply terminated Charles's employment and gave him neutral references. This became a pattern that repeated for 16 years. Charles would work at a hospital for months or years. Patients would pass away at suspicious rates during his shifts. Administrators would become concerned and terminate him, and he would immediately find work at another facility. No one reported him to authorities or the state nursing board. Charles's method was consistent. He would access medication storage areas and obtain drugs like digoxin and insulin. He would then administer lethal doses to patients through their intravenous lines, usually when no one else was around. The patients would go into cardiac arrest or experience fatal complications. Because many were elderly or already ill, the passings often seemed natural initially. He targeted patients seemingly at random. Some were terminally ill, but many were recovering and expected to go home. When later asked why he did it, Charles gave vague explanations about ending suffering, but evidence showed many victims were not suffering at all. Psychiatrists who evaluated him believed he harmed others primarily to feel a sense of power and control over life and death. Between 1988 and 2003, Charles worked at 9 different medical facilities. Everywhere he went, mortality rates increased dramatically. But it was not until 2003 that decisive action was finally taken. At Somerset Medical Center in New Jersey, several nurses noticed the pattern and reported their concerns to hospital administration. When administrators were slow to act, the nurses contacted authorities directly. Investigators obtained medication access records showing Charles had been accessing drugs far more frequently than his patient assignments required. Toxicology tests on recently deceased patients revealed lethal levels of digoxin and other medications. The evidence was overwhelming. Charles Cullen was arrested on December 12, 2003. During questioning, he eventually confessed to ending the lives of patients at multiple facilities over 16 years. He admitted to at least 40 cases, but investigators believe the true number may exceed 400. His trial revealed the full extent of the institutional failures that had allowed him to continue harming patients for so long. Hospitals had protected themselves rather than reporting a dangerous employee. No system existed to track suspicious patterns across different facilities or flag healthcare workers who moved frequently after patient incidents. Charles pleaded guilty in 2004 to avoid the death penalty. He was convicted of taking the lives of 29 patients and attempting to harm 2 others. He was sentenced to multiple consecutive life terms totaling 397 years without possibility of parole. During sentencing, families of victims spoke about their loved ones who had trusted Charles to care for them. Many expressed anger not just at Charles, but at the healthcare system that had enabled him for so long. His case led to significant reforms, including better medication tracking systems, mandatory reporting requirements for suspicious patterns, and databases to flag problematic healthcare workers across facilities. But these changes came too late for his many victims. Charles Cullen remains imprisoned in New Jersey, now in his 60s. He has given occasional interviews, but shows no genuine remorse. He speaks about his actions in detached terms, as if discussing someone else's crimes. His story stands as a dark reminder that predators can exist in any profession, even those dedicated to healing. It revealed how institutional self-protection can enable ongoing harm, and how those who should be most trusted can sometimes be the most dangerous. Charles Cullen transformed healing hands into instruments of death, and a healthcare system more concerned with reputation than patient safety allowed him to continue for 16 years, while dozens of vulnerable people paid with their lives. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who escaped justice for decades, about a trail of missing husbands, and about how someone can hide in plain sight while committing terrible crimes across multiple states. In the rural farming communities of the Midwest during the early 1900s, Belle Gunness seemed like a hard-working widow trying to make her way in a difficult world. She owned a prosperous farm in La Porte, Indiana, where she lived with her children and occasionally hired men to help with the farm work. She advertised in newspapers seeking a husband, claiming to be a lonely widow with property and money. Men responded to her advertisements from across the country, traveling to Indiana with their life savings, hoping to start a new life with this prosperous woman. But these men were never seen again. This is the story of Belle Gunness, one of America's most prolific criminals. Between 1884 and 1908, she is believed to have ended the lives of over 40 people, including 2 husbands, her children, and numerous suitors who came to her farm. She would poison them, strike them, or harm them in various ways, then bury their bodies on her property and keep their money. Her crimes were discovered only when her farm burned down in 1908, and investigators found human remains buried throughout the property. Belle Paulsdatter Storsett was born on November 11, 1859, in Selbu, Norway. She immigrated to America in 1881, seeking opportunities in the rapidly growing nation. She settled in Chicago, where she worked various jobs and eventually married Mad Sorensen in 1884. The couple opened a confectionery shop and later bought a house, but both mysteriously burned down, allowing Belle to collect insurance money. Belle and Mads had 4 children, though 2 passed away in infancy under suspicious circumstances. In 1900, Mads himself passed away on a day when 2 different life insurance policies overlapped, allowing Belle to collect from both. The doctor was suspicious and considered an examination, but Belle convinced him the passing was from natural causes related to an enlarged heart. With her insurance money, Belle purchased a farm in Lockport, Indiana, in 1901. The property was substantial, with a large house, multiple outbuildings, and plenty of land. Belle presented herself as a successful widow seeking to build a new life. In 1902, she married Peter Gunnes, a widower with 2 daughters. Just 8 months later, Peter passed away when a heavy piece of equipment fell on his head under mysterious circumstances. Belle claimed it was an accident, and though people were suspicious, no charges were filed. Belle was now a widow again, with insurance money and a farm. She began advertising in Norwegian-language newspapers across the Midwest, seeking a husband. Her advertisements described her as a wealthy widow with a prosperous farm, looking for a good man to share her life. She received many responses from Norwegian immigrants and other men seeking to better their circumstances. Men would arrive at her farm with their savings, expecting to court Belle and possibly marry her. They would be seen arriving, but never seen leaving. Belle would later tell neighbors that the man had decided not to stay, or that he had gone to travel, or that things had not worked out. She would keep their money and belongings, and their bodies would be buried somewhere on her large property. Belle's method varied. Some victims she poisoned with strychnine in their food or drinks. Others she harmed while they slept, then dismembered the bodies to make burial easier. She would bury remains in the hog pen, in the garden, in the basement, and in various locations around the property. She was strong and capable of heavy physical work, having grown up on a Norwegian farm and worked hard her entire life. Her helper on the farm was a man named Ray Lamphere, who may have been romantically involved with Belle. Ray helped her with farm work and possibly knew about her crimes, though he later claimed ignorance. Their relationship deteriorated in early 1908, and Belle had Ray fired and charged with trespassing when he kept returning to the farm. In April 1908, Belle went to a lawyer in town and made out a will. She also told the lawyer she feared Ray Lamphere was going to harm her or burn down her house. This statement would later seem extremely suspicious, as it established a convenient suspect for what was about to happen. On April 28, 1908, Belle's farmhouse burned to the ground during the night. When firefighters searched the ruins, they found 4 bodies in the basement, 3 children and an adult woman. The woman's body was headless, making identification difficult, but it was assumed to be Belle based on the size and location. Ray Lamphere was immediately arrested for starting the fire and causing the passings. But as investigators examined the burned house more carefully, they began finding human remains buried throughout the property. They discovered bodies in the hog pen, in the garden, under outbuildings. The remains were in various states of decomposition, some recent and some years old. The discoveries continued for weeks. Investigators eventually found remains of at least 14 victims, though the exact count was difficult to determine due to decomposition and dismemberment. Some victims were identified through personal items found with the remains or through missing person reports filed by concerned relatives. The headless female body found in the house raised questions. Some investigators believed Belle had staged her own passing by finding another woman's body, placing it in the house, and setting the fire to fake her own end. The body was significantly smaller than Belle, who was described as tall and heavy. Additionally, the head was never found, making dental identification impossible. Ray Lamphere was convicted of starting the fire, but acquitted of causing passings, as prosecutors could not prove he knew anyone was inside. He was sentenced to prison where he passed away in 1909. Before his passing, he allegedly confessed to a fellow inmate that he had helped Belle fake her passing and that she had escaped with money. Reported sightings of Belle Gunnes came in for years from various locations, but none were ever confirmed. Whether she perished in the fire or escaped remains a mystery. What is certain is that Belle Gunness ended numerous lives for financial gain, luring vulnerable men to her farm with promises of love and partnership, then taking their savings and their lives. Her case revealed how isolated rural properties could hide terrible crimes, how vulnerable immigrant populations could be targeted by predators, and how someone could operate for decades when victims came from different areas and had no connections to each other. Belle Gunness represents one of early America's most disturbing criminals, a woman who turned her farm into a graveyard and may have escaped justice entirely. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about a tragedy that sparked a movement, about a family's unimaginable loss, and about how one child's disappearance changed how America protects its children forever. On the morning of May 25th, 1979, in Lower Manhattan, 6-year-old Etten Patz left his family's apartment to walk 2 blocks to his school bus stop. It was the first time his parents had allowed him to make the short walk alone. Etten was excited about this new independence, wearing his favorite blue captain's hat and carrying $1 to buy soda after school. His mother watched from the fire escape as he walked toward the corner, then went back inside to prepare for her day. Etten never made it to the bus stop. He vanished somewhere along those 2 blocks, disappearing into the crowded streets of New York City without a trace. This is the story of Etten Patz, the 6-year-old boy whose disappearance became one of the most famous missing child cases in American history. For decades, his case remained unsolved, tormenting his family and haunting a nation. His face appeared on milk cartons, creating a new way to spread awareness about missing children. May 25th, the day he disappeared, became National Missing Children's Day. His case changed how parents thought about their children's safety and led to new systems for finding missing kids. In 2012, 33 years after Etten vanished, a man named Pedro Hernandez confessed to ending the child's life, finally providing answers to questions that had tormented a family for over 3 decades. Etten Khalil Patz was born on October 9th, 1972, in Manhattan, New York. He was the middle child of Stan and Julie Patz, growing up in the Soho neighborhood when it was still primarily an industrial area with artist lofts rather than the upscale shopping district it would later become. Etten was described as a bright, friendly child who loved adventure and was eager to grow up and be independent like his older sister. The Patz family lived in a close-knit community where neighbors knew each other and children played together in the streets. This sense of community made the area feel safe, and parents generally felt comfortable allowing their children some independence. The walk to the school bus stop was short, just 2 blocks, and Etten had been begging his parents to let him walk alone like the older kids did. On that Friday morning in May, Julie Patz finally agreed to let Etten make the walk alone. She watched from the fire escape as he headed down Prince Street toward West Broadway, seeing him reach the corner before she went back inside. When Etten did not come home from school that afternoon, Julie initially thought perhaps he had gone to a friend's house. But as hours passed and Etten did not appear, growing panic set in. By evening, the Patz family had contacted police and begun searching the neighborhood. Officers initially treated it as a routine runaway case, suggesting Etten might have wandered off or gotten lost. But Julie and Stan knew immediately that something terrible had happened. Etten was not the type of child to wander away, and he knew their address and phone number. If he were simply lost, he would have asked for help. The search expanded rapidly. Police canvassed the neighborhood, interviewing residents and business owners. Volunteers distributed flyers with Etten's photograph throughout Manhattan. The media picked up the story, and Etten's face began appearing on television news broadcasts. The case captured public attention in ways that missing children cases rarely had before. Investigators pursued countless leads. They searched buildings, questioned potential witnesses, and investigated anyone who might have been in the area that morning. But no solid evidence emerged. Etten had simply vanished, leaving no trace. Without witnesses, physical evidence, or any clear indication of what had happened, the investigation stalled. One person who was questioned early in the investigation was Pedro Hernandez, a 19-year-old who worked at a bodega on the route Etten would have walked to the bus stop. Pedro told police he had been at work that morning and had seen nothing unusual. Investigators had no reason to focus on him specifically, and he was just one of many people interviewed during the massive canvass of the neighborhood. Years passed with no breaks in the case. The Pats family never moved from their Soho apartment, maintaining the same phone number in case Eden tried to contact them. They kept his room exactly as it had been the morning he disappeared. Stan and Julie became advocates for missing children, working to change laws and improve systems for finding missing kids. Eden's case became a symbol of the missing children crisis in America. His photograph appeared on milk cartons beginning in the early 1980s, a practice that spread nationwide and brought awareness to thousands of missing children cases. In 1983, President Reagan designated May 25th as National Missing Children's Day in Eden's honor. The case prompted changes in how law enforcement handles missing children reports and led to better coordination between agencies. In 2012, 33 years after Eden's disappearance, the case suddenly broke open. Pedro Hernandez, now 51 years old and living in New Jersey, told family members and others that he had done something terrible years ago. Someone who heard these statements contacted authorities, and investigators began looking at Pedro with fresh attention. When questioned by police, Pedro confessed. He said that on the morning of May 25th, 1979, he had been working at the bodega when Eden came in or passed by. Pedro, who was 19 at the time and struggling with his own issues, had lured Eden into the basement of the store with the promise of a soda. Once in the basement, Pedro had strangled the child, then placed his body in a bag and disposed of it with the trash. He claimed he had carried this secret for over 3 decades, the guilt consuming him. Pedro's confession was detailed and included information that seemed to match the case. However, there were complications. Pedro had a history of mental health issues and had made false confessions to other crimes in the past. There was no physical evidence to corroborate his account, as Eden's body was never recovered. The basement where Pedro claimed the crime occurred had been renovated multiple times over 33 years. Pedro was arrested and charged. His case went to trial in 2015, but the jury could not reach a unanimous verdict, resulting in a mistrial. Prosecutors tried him again in 2017. This time, the jury convicted Pedro of taking Eden's life, finding his confession credible despite the lack of physical evidence. On April 18, 2017, Pedro Hernandez was sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. The conviction brought some measure of closure to the Pats family, though Stan and Julie made clear that nothing could truly close the wound of losing their son. They had lived for 38 years not knowing what had happened to Eden, hoping he might somehow still be alive while fearing the worst. Pedro's confession and conviction confirmed their worst fears, but also answered the terrible question that had haunted them for decades. Eden Pats was 6 years old when he vanished on a spring morning in 1979. He was excited about walking to the bus stop alone, proud of his growing independence, looking forward to buying a soda and going to school. Instead, he encountered someone who took advantage of his trust and innocence, ending his life and hiding the crime. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a town that lived in fear, about a killer who vanished in a mystery, and about how one person's campaign of terror became America's first widely publicized serial case that captured the nation's attention. In the small city of Austin, Texas, during 1884 and 1885, residents began locking their doors and windows at night, something they had rarely done before. Women were being attacked in their homes as they slept, targeted by someone who entered through unlocked doors or windows in the darkness. The attacks were brutal and seemed to follow a pattern, though police struggled to identify any connection between the victims beyond their vulnerability. For over a year, Austin lived under a shadow of fear as the attacks continued and the perpetrator remained unknown. This is the story of the Servant Girl Annihilator, an unidentified person who terrorized Austin, Texas, between 1884 and 1885. 8 women were fatally attacked, and at least 8 more were seriously injured in a series of nighttime home invasions. The attacker targeted women who were alone or vulnerable, striking them while they slept and often dragging them outside before inflicting fatal injuries. Despite a massive investigation and widespread fear that gripped the city, the servant girl annihilator was never caught, and the attacks stopped as mysteriously as they had begun. The attacks began on New Year's Eve 1884, when a young woman named Molly Smith was found deceased behind her residence. She had been attacked with extreme violence while she slept, then dragged outside. The brutality shocked the community, but investigators initially treated it as an isolated incident, possibly related to someone who knew the victim. But the violence continued. On May 6, 1885, another young woman named Eliza Shelley was attacked in her home in a similar manner. She survived her injuries and was able to provide some information to police, though her description of the attacker was vague due to the darkness and the sudden nature of the assault. Over the following months, more attacks occurred with increasing frequency. The victims were primarily young women who worked as domestic servants, living in small quarters behind the main houses where they were employed. They were vulnerable, often alone at night, and their living situations made them easy targets for someone who could approach quietly and strike before they could defend themselves. The pattern became clear. The attacker targeted women at night, entering through unlocked doors or windows, striking them while they slept, and often dragging them outside before inflicting fatal injuries. The violence was extreme and seemed to involve both blunt force trauma and edged weapons. The attacker appeared to have some knowledge of the victim's routines and living situations. Austin was a small city of about 15,000 people in 1885, and the attacks created widespread panic. Women were terrified to sleep alone. Families began keeping weapons near their beds. Men organized patrols to watch neighborhoods at night. The business district and residential areas that had once bustled with evening activity became deserted after dark. Police were overwhelmed and had few investigative tools available in the 1880s. There were no fingerprints, no forensic science as we know it today, no way to systematically track or analyze evidence. Investigators relied on witness statements, physical evidence that often provided limited information, and hoping to catch the perpetrator in the act. On Christmas Eve 1885, the violence escalated dramatically. 2 separate attacks occurred on the same night, and for the first time, the victims were not servant girls, but women from more affluent families. Susan Hancock and Eula Phillips were both attacked in their homes, and both attacks showed the same pattern as previous cases, but with even greater violence. These attacks on wealthier victims brought additional pressure on police and city officials. The fact that the violence had now touched families with social standing and resources meant the investigation received even more attention, though it produced no better results. The final attack occurred on December 28, 1885, just 4 days after the Christmas Eve incidents. After this, the attacks stopped completely. The servant girl annihilator, whoever they were, either left Austin, passed away, was imprisoned for another crime, or simply stopped attacking for reasons unknown. Theories about the attacker's identity proliferated. Some investigators believed it was someone who knew the victims or their routines, possibly someone who worked in the area or had legitimate reasons to be in neighborhoods. Others thought it might be a transient who had moved on to another location. Some even theorized it could be multiple attackers rather than a single person. Over the years, various suspects have been proposed. Some researchers have suggested connections to other unsolved cases from the same era, including the famous Jack the Ripper attacks in London that began in 1888, 3 years after the Austin attacks ended. One theory proposed that a man who left Austin around the time the attacks stopped could have traveled to London and continued his violence there, though this theory lacks concrete evidence, and most serious researchers consider it unlikely. The servant girl annihilator case had lasting impacts beyond Austin. It was one of the first American serial cases to receive widespread newspaper coverage, with stories appearing in publications across the country. The term servant girl annihilator itself was coined by a writer named O. Henry, who was living in Austin at the time and followed the case closely. The attacks also revealed social inequalities of the era. The early victims were working-class women, many of them African American, and their cases received less attention initially than the later attacks on wealthier white victims. This disparity in how cases were handled based on victims' social status was characteristic of the time period and unfortunately continues to affect criminal investigations today. The case remains officially unsolved over 135 years later. The identity of the servant girl annihilator is lost to history, and the mystery of why the attack started and why they stopped may never be answered. The victims were young women trying to make their way in the world, working difficult jobs for low pay, living in vulnerable circumstances that made them targets for someone who exploited their situations. Austin has grown from a small city of 15,000 to a major metropolis, but the memory of those terrifying months in 1884 and 1885 remains part of the city's history. The case represents an early chapter in America's ongoing struggle with understanding and stopping serial violence, and it serves as a reminder that some mysteries remain forever unsolved, leaving behind only victims, questions, and the knowledge that evil can strike without warning and disappear without explanation. The servant girl annihilator killed 8 women and injured many others, then vanished into history, becoming one of America's earliest unsolved serial cases and leaving a community forever changed by violence that came in darkness and left only fear and unanswered questions in its wake. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about a house at the end of a cul-de-sac, about a man who wore the ordinary like armor, and about how small deceptions can grow into something dangerous when people look the other way. In the summer of 1997, in a small town outside Columbus, Ohio, there was a quiet street called Willow Ridge Drive. Lawns were mowed on Saturdays, mailboxes leaned at predictable angles, and children played until dusk. At the very end of the street sat a 2-story brick house with ivy crawling up the north wall. The occupants were a married couple named Paul and Diane Mercer. Paul worked as an accounts manager at a local supply company, and Diane ran a part-time tutoring business out of the spare bedroom. They were the kind of neighbors who attended block parties, brought casseroles to new parents, and smiled politely at passing cars. Paul seemed unremarkable in the best possible way. He arrived at work early, kept his driveway clean, and offered to babysit a neighbor's dog when she went on trips. People trusted him because he gave them nothing to distrust. But over the course of 6 years, that trust became the cover for a pattern of behavior no one noticed until it was far too late. The first disappearance happened in late 1998. A young man named Marcus, who had recently left a halfway house and taken a job at a warehouse down the road, failed to show up for work. Marcus had no close family in town and few friends who stayed in touch. He was last seen walking past a convenience store near Willow Ridge Drive. Neighbors assumed he had moved on. No missing person report was filed. For months, nothing seemed unusual. Then in 2000, a woman named Rosa stopped coming to the morning bookkeeping class Diane ran at the community center. Rosa was new in town and had limited family ties. Diane told classmates that Rosa had found full-time employment and was too busy to attend. Again, nobody pressed the matter. By 2002, rumors began to circulate quietly. A man who had been a transient returned to town and said he remembered Marcus spending evenings on Paul's porch, talking about finding steady work. A teenager recalled seeing a stranger carrying a large duffel bag into the Mercer's house at night. These memories were fragmented and unreliable on their own, easy to dismiss as misremembered details. People in small towns forgive a lot because they prefer harmony to suspicion. What finally moved officials into action was the disappearance of a well-known local teacher named Harold Green in the spring of 2003. Harold had family, a steady schedule, and close friends who would not let his absence be ignored. He missed classes for 2 days, and then his car was found in a supermarket lot with his keys still inside. The school filed a report. Detectives opened an investigation and began tracing Harold's last known movements. Phone records placed Harold near Willow Ridge Drive the night he vanished. A neighbor reported seeing him walk purposefully toward the Mercer's house the evening before he disappeared. That detail drew attention because Harold was known to be cautious and deliberate in his routines. Investigators sought a search warrant for the Mercer's property. Paul and Diane cooperated at first, offering tea and plausible explanations. Their kitchen smelled of cinnamon and coffee, and their living room displayed family photos that showed polite smiles and birthdays celebrated. Under normal circumstances, such a scene would calm any visitor. But detectives discovered things that did not fit the image. In a shed behind the house, they found a stack of photocopied bills in Harold's name dated months after his disappearance. They found a small stack of photographs of other residents who had vanished, worn at the edges as if they had been carried and studied. And in the back garden, beneath a shallow layer of disturbed soil covered by a recent patch of sod, they found personal items linked to multiple missing people. When forensic teams expanded the search, they uncovered evidence that forced a broader inquiry. Items traced to Marcus and Rosa were found in sealed containers in the basement. A ledger documented deposits into a joint account opened by the Mercers that matched benefit payments and pension checks belonging to people who had disappeared. The pattern pointed to exploitation and cover-up, not accidental misfortune. Paul eventually stopped speaking in the polite, practiced way that had once calmed his neighbors. Under sustained questioning, he offered a narrative that mixed neglect with a chilling rationality. He said he had helped people who had nowhere else to go, that he had taken responsibility for their affairs when they drifted, and that he had paid bills and cashed checks to keep their names active so benefits would not lapse. As investigators pressed him about remains and missing persons, he shifted between claiming ignorance and offering explanations that did not stand up to evidence. Diane presented herself as bewildered, someone who had trusted her husband and trusted their home to be a refuge. She said she had been occupied with tutoring and afternoon classes and had not paid attention to the small discrepancies that investigators described. Witnesses later contradicted that account, describing times when Diane collected paperwork for tenants and signed forms on their behalf. The trial that followed revealed how easy it had been for harm to hide behind normalcy. Witnesses testified that the Mercers had positioned themselves as caretakers of people who would otherwise slip through the social safety net. They offered rides, helped fill out applications, and provided a warm place to sleep. For the vulnerable people who came to them, the Mercers felt like a lifeline. But that trust also gave Paul and Diane access to personal information, bank accounts, and the ability to declare someone moved away without anyone contesting it. Psychological experts painted a portrait of Paul as someone who craved control and rationalized exploitation as mercy. He saw himself as manager rather than manipulator, a person arranging the lives of others to suit his own needs. The prosecution argued that his acts went further than bookkeeping errors and neglect. They alleged he had orchestrated disappearances and concealed deaths to secure financial gain and preserve his image as a benevolent neighbor. Diane was portrayed as complicit, whether through active participation or willful blindness. In her defense, she insisted that she had not known the full extent of her husband's actions and that she had believed they were offering help. The jury weighed testimony about bank records, witness statements, and forensic findings, and ultimately the couple were convicted on counts related to fraud, abuse of vulnerable adults, and multiple charges connected to concealment. Sentences varied, but the community understood that the legal outcome could not fully account for the scale of harm. Families of victims who had been transient or estranged learned, often for the first time, that their loved ones had been in this town and in these rooms. The case prompted reform at the county level. Agencies began to require better tracking of residents in boarding situations, and social services implemented cross-checks to ensure benefits and pensions were not redirected without independent verification. Willow Ridge Drive returned to its ordinary rhythms with time, but the memory of the Mercers remained like a shadow on the cul-de-sac. Conversation about trust shifted in subtle ways. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived two completely different lives at the same time. A man trusted with national security, discipline, and leadership, while secretly committing some of the most disturbing crimes imaginable. This is a true crime story about control, ritual, escalation, and how evil can hide perfectly behind structure, rank, and respectability for years without being noticed. Russell Williams was born in 1963 and raised in Canada in what appeared to be a stable, disciplined environment. From a young age, he showed a strong attraction to order and hierarchy. He was intelligent, focused, and driven. He joined the Canadian Armed Forces and quickly distinguished himself as competent, reliable, and ambitious. His career advanced steadily, and over time he became a highly respected colonel, eventually appointed as the commander of CFB Trenton, one of the most important Air Force bases in Canada. This position placed him in charge of thousands of personnel and sensitive military operations, including responsibility for aircraft used by government leaders. To colleagues, Russell Williams was calm, professional, and meticulous. He dressed neatly, spoke carefully, and followed rules obsessively. He was married, lived in a quiet neighborhood, and projected the image of a man who had everything under control. There were no visible warning signs, no public outbursts, no scandals. He blended perfectly into a world built on discipline and trust. But beneath this surface, another life was slowly taking shape. For years, Russell Williams had been engaging in secret behavior that grew darker over time. It began with fetish burglaries. Late at night, he would break into homes, specifically targeting houses where women lived alone. He memorized routines, studied neighborhoods, and chose locations where he felt confident he would not be interrupted. Once inside, he did not steal valuables. Instead, he took personal items, clothing, underwear, objects that allowed him to feel a sense of possession over someone he had never met. He photographed himself wearing these items. These acts were not impulsive. They were planned carefully. Russell documented everything. He kept detailed records, photographs, and notes, creating a private archive of his crimes. Each break-in reinforced his sense of control. Each successful intrusion emboldened him. Over time, burglary was no longer enough. The desire for control escalated into violence. In November 2009, a woman named Marie-France Comeau was found murdered in her home. She had been sexually assaulted and strangled. There were signs of staging. The crime appeared calculated, not chaotic. Investigators initially had few leads. The neighborhood was quiet. There were no witnesses. Nothing obvious pointed to a suspect. Then, only 2 months later, another woman, Jessica Lloyd, disappeared. Jessica was a young woman who lived alone and worked at a veterinary clinic. When she failed to show up for work and could not be reached, concern grew quickly. Her family reported her missing, and police began searching immediately. Unlike many cases, this investigation moved fast, driven by the proximity to the earlier murder. Investigators found tire tracks near Jessica's home. The tracks were distinctive. They began comparing them against known vehicles in the area. At the same time, they examined security footage, credit card records, and phone activity. What they uncovered was chilling. The tire tracks matched those of a vehicle registered to Russell Williams. At first, this seemed impossible. Russell was a colonel, a base commander, a man vetted repeatedly by the military. But evidence does not care about reputation. Police placed Russell under surveillance. They observed his movements. They noted inconsistencies. Then they searched his home. What they found destroyed the illusion completely. Inside his house were hundreds of photographs documenting years of crimes. Images of him wearing stolen clothing. Images taken inside victims' homes. Detailed logs of break-ins. Items belonging to numerous women. The scale of his secret life was overwhelming. Russell Williams was arrested. During interrogation, something extraordinary happened. Instead of denying his actions, Russell confessed calmly and in detail. He spoke without visible emotion. He explained his crimes methodically, describing how he selected homes, how he avoided detection, how his fantasies escalated over time. He described the murders without remorse, focusing on sequence and control rather than human impact. Investigators were struck by how controlled he remained throughout the confession. There was no panic, no collapse, just a man explaining his double life, as if reviewing a project. Russell led police to Jessica Lloyd's body, which he had concealed in a remote wooded area. Her remains confirmed his confession. He also admitted responsibility for the murder of Marie-France Comeau. At trial, the evidence was overwhelming. The photographs, The records, the forensic matches. There was no ambiguity. Russell Williams pleaded guilty to multiple charges, including 2 counts of first-degree murder, sexual assault, and numerous break-ins. In 2010, he was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole for 25 years. What makes this story so unsettling is not just the violence. It is the discipline, the structure, the way Russell Williams maintained absolute control over his public identity while nurturing a private world of escalating brutality. He did not appear chaotic. He did not appear unstable. He appeared organized, respected, and dependable. This case forces us to confront an uncomfortable truth. That evil does not always look disordered. Sometimes it wears a uniform. Sometimes it follows rules. Sometimes it hides so well that even those closest never see it coming. And by the time it is revealed, the damage has already been done. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who disappeared quietly. A disappearance that at first seemed like a breakup, then a misunderstanding, and finally something far more disturbing. This is a true crime story about obsession, manipulation, and how a crime can hide in plain sight for years when the truth is slowly buried under lies. In 2012, Carrie Farver was living a stable and independent life in Iowa. She was a hardworking woman, a devoted mother to her teenage son, and someone who valued routine and responsibility. Those close to her described her as dependable and straightforward. She was not reckless. She did not disappear without explanation. She did not abandon her child. That is what made what followed so unsettling. Carrie began casually dating a man named Dave Kropa. The relationship was new, informal, and not deeply emotional. They spent time together, talked regularly, but there was no serious commitment. Dave was open about wanting to keep things light. Carrie seemed to accept that. There were no major arguments, no visible tension, nothing that suggested danger. Then, suddenly, Carrie stopped showing up. She missed work. She failed to pick up her son. Her phone went quiet in ways that felt unnatural. For a woman so consistent, so present, this absence was deeply alarming. Friends and family reached out, expecting an explanation, but instead, confusion grew. And then something strange happened. Messages began appearing. Carrie, supposedly, was texting friends, family, and coworkers. She claimed she had decided to leave town. She said she wanted a fresh start. She said she no longer wished to be contacted. The tone of these messages fell off. They were colder, shorter, unrecognizable to people who knew her well. Even more confusing, these messages did not stop. For months, then years, messages continued to come from Carrie's accounts. Emails, texts, social media posts. She appeared to be alive, active, and intentionally distant. To the outside world, it looked like a woman who had simply chosen to walk away from her life. But something did not sit right. Her mother knew something was wrong. Carrie loved her son deeply. She would never disappear without ensuring his safety. She would never cut contact completely, and she would never abandon her responsibilities so abruptly. The longer the silence lasted, the more unsettling it became. At the same time, Dave Kropa began experiencing something terrifying. He started receiving threatening messages. Thousands of them. They accused him of betrayal, cruelty, and abandonment. They were obsessive, relentless, and emotionally volatile. Whoever was sending them seemed to know intimate details of his life. His car was vandalized. His home was damaged. His workplace was contacted. The messages appeared to come from Carrie, but the behavior did not match the woman he knew. As time passed, the messages grew darker, more aggressive, more unstable. Dave contacted police multiple times, believing he was being stalked. The assumption was simple. Carrie, heartbroken and angry, had turned obsessive. Years went by. Carrie was still missing, and the messages still continued. What investigators did not realize at first was that this entire narrative had been carefully manufactured. Another woman had entered Dave's life around the same time Carrie disappeared. Her name was Liz Gollier. She appeared supportive, sympathetic, and deeply concerned about the harassment Dave was facing. She positioned herself as an ally, a protector, someone who understood his fear. In reality, Liz was controlling everything. Liz had become obsessed with Dave. When she realized he was seeing Carrie, she made a decision that would destroy multiple lives. Evidence later revealed that Liz murdered Carrie shortly after she disappeared, though Carrie's body has never been found. After killing her, Liz took over her identity. She sent messages pretending to be Carrie. She maintained the illusion for years. She created an entire false digital life, carefully crafting texts and posts to suggest Carrie was alive and deliberately distant. She manipulated friends, family, and police, all while maintaining her own presence as a victim of harassment. Liz even sent threatening messages to herself. She staged attacks. She vandalized her own property. She played both roles, victim and villain, with disturbing commitment. The deception unraveled slowly. Investigators eventually noticed technical inconsistencies. IP addresses overlapped. Writing patterns matched. Phone records revealed impossible timelines. The same device was linked to messages supposedly sent by different people. What once looked like chaos began forming a clear picture. Liz was arrested. During interrogation and trial, the depth of her manipulation became clear. She had spent years maintaining lies, carefully responding to messages as two separate people, sometimes holding conversations with herself. She showed no immediate remorse. Instead, she focused on control, insisting she had been misunderstood. In 2017, Liz Gollier was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. Carrie Farver was declared legally dead. This story lingers not because of violence alone, but because of how quietly it unfolded. Because for years, the truth existed beneath layers of messages, screens, and false narratives. Because a woman was erased, not just physically, but digitally, rewritten into someone she never was. And because it reminds us that sometimes the most disturbing crimes are not loud. They are patient, they are meticulous, and they hide behind ordinary interactions, waiting for time to do the work of deception. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who constructed an entire life out of words, promises, and confidence. A man who learned that if you speak clearly enough, people rarely ask for proof. This is a true crime story about deception layered over years, about the pressure of pretending to be someone you are not, and how one ordinary morning ended in violence because the truth finally demanded to be seen. Mark Hacking grew up wanting admiration. He was not unintelligent, but he was deeply insecure. From an early age, he struggled with feelings of inadequacy, especially when compared to peers who seemed naturally successful. Rather than confronting these feelings directly, Mark learned something else instead. He learned how to perform. He learned how to say the right things, to sound ambitious, to describe a future so convincingly that people assumed the present must already support it. When Mark met Lori Hacking, he found someone who believed in him completely. Lori was disciplined, intelligent, and genuinely accomplished. She valued honesty, structure, and hard work. Mark mirrored those values outwardly. He spoke about becoming a doctor, about helping people, about building a stable future together. Lori saw potential, commitment, and sincerity. She trusted him, and that trust became the foundation on which Mark built his lies. They married in 2003 and settled into what appeared to be a normal young professional life. Friends and family believed Mark was enrolled in medical school. He spoke casually about classes, exams, and research. He explained stress and absences as part of rigorous training. When questions came, he had answers ready. Emails were forged. Documents were fabricated. Conversations were rehearsed in advance. Over time, the lies became automatic, no longer deliberate choices, but reflexes protecting the identity he could not afford to lose. But the truth was simple and devastating. Mark had never completed college. He was not accepted into medical school. There was no academic future waiting for him. Instead of confronting this reality early, Mark doubled down. Each year, the deception grew heavier. Lori planned their life around his supposed career path. Finances were arranged. Moves were considered. Expectations solidified. Every step forward increased the cost of telling the truth. For Mark, honesty no longer felt like an option. It felt like annihilation. By 2004, Lori began to notice inconsistencies. She asked for clarity, not out of suspicion, but out of planning. She wanted timelines. She wanted confirmation. She wanted to understand their future. Mark responded with reassurance at first, then defensiveness. Inside, panic was taking root. He knew the structure was collapsing. He knew he could not produce what did not exist. On the evening before July 19th, 2004, Lori told people close to her that she planned to confront Mark directly. She was calm. She expected answers. She did not anticipate danger. She believed honesty would resolve whatever confusion existed between them. That night, Mark barely slept. By morning, the situation reached its breaking point. What happened inside their apartment was not sudden chaos. It was the culmination of years of avoidance. When Lori demanded proof, when the last layer of fiction began to peel away, Mark faced a moment he had feared above all else. Being exposed, being seen, being ordinary. Instead of accepting that moment, he chose violence. Lori was killed inside their home. What followed was not panic, but calculation. Mark cleaned the scene as best he could. He dismembered Lori's body, a process that required time, intention, and emotional detachment. He placed her remains into a backpack. He drove for hours, leaving the city, choosing a remote wilderness area where he believed distance and isolation would erase evidence. Then he returned home and began the performance again. When Lori did not arrive at work, concerns spread quickly. Mark reported her missing, claiming she had gone jogging early that morning and never returned. He spoke to police calmly. He participated in searches. He stood beside worried family members. To many, he appeared like a devastated husband clinging to hope. But investigators noticed what others did not. Mark's timeline shifted slightly each time he told it. His emotional responses did not align with his words. Evidence inside the apartment contradicted his account. Blood patterns revealed a violent struggle. The jogging story collapsed under forensic scrutiny. As detectives uncovered Mark's academic lies, motive became clear. This was not about rage alone. This was about identity. When confronted with the evidence, Mark confessed. His explanation centered not on anger toward Lori, but fear of exposure. He admitted he could not imagine living after the truth came out. In his mind, murder had become a way to pause reality, to delay the inevitable, to preserve a version of himself that no longer existed. Lori's remains were recovered from the wilderness days later. The trial that followed revealed the full extent of Mark's deception. Prosecutors showed how years of lying created a psychological trap of his own making. Witnesses described Lori's trust, her belief in the life they were building, and the cruelty of having that trust betrayed so completely. In 2005, Mark Hacking pleaded guilty. He was sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole far in the future. There was no mystery left, only the weight of what had been done. This story stays with people because it is not about a monster hiding in darkness. It is about a man hiding in plain sight. It is about how lies can feel easier than truth until they become unbearable. And it is about how avoidance, left unchecked, can rot a person from the inside until destruction feels like the only way forward. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who was trusted by parents, respected by politicians, admired by neighbors, and welcomed into homes without hesitation. A man who used smiles, handshakes, and community service to build a disguise so effective that it allowed him to murder again and again while people thanked him for his kindness. This is a true crime story about masks, manipulation, and how evil can hide behind the loudest appearance of normal life. John Wayne Gacy was born in Chicago in 1942 into a household ruled by fear and contradiction. His father was violent, alcoholic, and deeply critical, especially toward John, whom he mocked as weak and worthless. Praise was rare, approval almost non-existent. From a young age, John learned that love was conditional and power came from dominance. He learned to perform, to please, to lie if necessary. and above all, to crave validation. As he grew older, John discovered something important about himself. He was good at talking. He was charming. He could make people laugh, make them feel comfortable, make them trust him quickly. These skills would become the foundation of everything that followed. By his 20s, John had already shown signs of deviant behavior. He was arrested once for sexual assault against a teenage boy and served time in prison. But after his release, instead of being watched closely, he was allowed to rebuild his life almost completely unchecked. He moved back to Illinois, married, started a business, and began integrating himself into the community. This is where the mask became complete. John Wayne Gacy ran a successful contracting company. He hired teenage boys and young men, often those who needed money or guidance. He paid them. He joked with them. He treated them like friends. Parents trusted him because he seemed responsible. Police trusted him because he was active in civic organizations. Politicians trusted him because he volunteered tirelessly for local events. And then there was the clown. Gacy performed at hospitals and charity events dressed as a clown he called Pogo. Children laughed. Adults smiled. Cameras flashed. The image of a man who brought joy to others became deeply embedded in the public perception of who he was. No one imagined that the same hands holding balloons had also strangled, beaten, and buried dozens of young men. The murders began quietly in the early 1970s. Gacy lured victims to his home with promises of work, alcohol, or a place to stay. Once inside, the atmosphere shifted. He used handcuffs as part of what he claimed was a magic trick. Once restrained, escape became impossible. He tortured and killed his victims slowly, often strangling them, sometimes assaulting them before death. What makes this story particularly horrifying is not just the violence, but the logistics. Gacy buried many of his victims beneath his house, in the crawl space, under the floorboards. He continued living there. He hosted parties. He invited guests over. He slept feet above decomposing bodies. When the smell became noticeable, he blamed dampness, sewage issues, or dead animals. People believed him because they wanted to believe him, because the alternative was too disturbing to consider. Over the years, young men kept disappearing. Some were reported missing. Some were not. Many came from unstable backgrounds. Police dismissed early concerns, assuming the victims had run away or left town. When parents complained, Gacy was questioned more than once. Each time, he talked his way through it. Calm, cooperative, convincing. He even passed background checks. He continued killing. Everything changed in December 1978, when a 15-year-old boy named Robert Pius disappeared after mentioning a job opportunity with Gacy. This time, the circumstances did not allow police to ignore it. The boy had been reliable. He had a strong family. He vanished suddenly. Investigators searched Gacy's house. At first, they found nothing concrete, but something felt wrong. The smell, the inconsistencies in his statements, the sheer number of young men connected to him. Surveillance was established. They watched him closely. During this period, Gacy dumped several bodies into the Des Plaines River, trying desperately to reduce the evidence beneath his home. But it was too late. The walls were closing in. When police finally obtained a warrant and began digging beneath the house, the truth emerged slowly, then overwhelmingly. Body after body, layered, packed. 33 victims in total, making John Wayne Gacy one of the most prolific serial killers in American history. When arrested, Gacy shifted between confidence and panic. He tried to maintain control, but it was gone. During interrogation, he spoke in circles, contradicted himself, and occasionally bragged. He claimed alternate personalities. He blamed others. None of it worked. At trial, the evidence was unbearable. Families sat through descriptions of how their sons had been tortured and killed. The jury convicted Gacy of multiple counts of murder. He was sentenced to death. In prison, Gacy continued performing, this time as an artist. He painted clowns. He sold them. He signed them with his name. Even in confinement, he clung to the identity he believed protected him. John Wayne Gacy was executed in 1994. This story endures not because of spectacle, but but because of betrayal. He was not a shadowy stranger. He was the man parents trusted with their children. He was the neighbor who volunteered. He was the clown who made people laugh. And beneath that carefully constructed image was a predator who understood one terrifying truth. People are less afraid of monsters when they are smiling. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived at the highest level of discipline and trust, a man responsible for national security, respected by his peers, admired for his precision, and feared by absolutely no one. This is a true crime story about control, secrecy, and how someone who mastered order used it to hide unimaginable violence, until a single mistake unraveled everything. Russell Williams was a decorated Canadian Air Force colonel. He commanded one of the country's most important military bases. He flew aircraft carrying political leaders and royalty. He wore the uniform perfectly, spoke calmly, and followed rules obsessively. To those around him, he was professionalism embodied. There were no visible cracks, no scandals, no rumors that hinted at what he did when no one was watching. But beneath that polished exterior was a private world built on obsession. For years, women in quiet Ontario towns reported strange incidents. Homes were broken into while residents slept. Nothing obvious was stolen. Instead, underwear went missing. Sometimes the intruder moved through the house silently, rearranging items, standing close to sleeping victims without waking them. Police initially treated these as isolated burglaries, uncomfortable but not urgent. They were wrong. Russell Williams was escalating. What began as fetishistic break-ins slowly evolved into something far darker. The secrecy fueled him. The control intoxicated him. He photographed himself wearing stolen clothing, carefully cataloging his crimes like achievements. He believed his status protected him. He believed his intelligence made him untouchable. In 2009, the pattern shattered. A woman named Corporal Marie France Como disappeared. Her body was later found in a remote wooded area. She had been sexually assaulted and murdered. Shortly after, another woman, Jessica Lloyd, was killed under similar circumstances. Panic spread quickly. This was no longer a series of strange break-ins. A predator was actively hunting. Investigators intensified their efforts. For the first time, they connected the burglaries to the murders. Tire tracks became critical evidence. A unique tread pattern appeared near multiple crime scenes. Police canvassed hundreds of vehicles, measuring tires, narrowing possibilities. It was slow, methodical work, the same kind of work the killer himself relied on to avoid detection. Then, during a routine traffic stop, police noticed tires that matched. The vehicle belonged to Colonel Russell Williams. When investigators visited his home, they expected resistance, denial, perhaps anger. Instead, they encountered politeness, calm cooperation. Williams agreed to speak with them, confident that his intelligence and composure would carry him through. The interrogation that followed became one of the most studied police interviews in modern criminal history. For hours, Russell Williams denied everything. He spoke slowly, precisely, correcting investigators on minor details. But as evidence was presented piece by piece, tire impressions, fibers, timelines, something shifted. The structure he relied on began to crack, and then it collapsed. Williams confessed, not emotionally, not dramatically. He described his crimes in chilling detail, explaining how he chose victims, how he broke into homes, how he maintained control. He spoke as if giving a report, detached from the reality of what he had done. The mask was gone, but the coldness remained. Police searched his home and uncovered an archive of horror. Thousands of photographs documenting his crimes. Evidence connecting him to years of assaults, break-ins, and the murders. The scope of his behavior stunned even seasoned investigators. In 2010, Russell Williams pleaded guilty to all charges. He was sentenced to life imprisonment with no chance of parole for decades. In court, he offered a statement of responsibility, but no explanation that could bridge the gap between who he appeared to be and what he had done. This story is disturbing because it destroys the idea that monsters look monstrous. Russell Williams did not lurk in alleyways or live on the margins of society. He lived at its center. He enforced rules. He wore medals. He commanded respect. And at night, he violated homes, bodies, and lives with meticulous care. It reminds us that evil does not always announce itself. Sometimes it whispers. Sometimes it salutes. Sometimes it hides behind authority, routine, and silence, believing structure will keep it safe forever. Until one detail is overlooked, until one pattern is noticed, and the entire illusion falls apart. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a wealthy South Carolina family whose name carried influence for generations, about a series of deaths that at first seemed unrelated, and about how one man's carefully constructed image slowly collapsed under the weight of his own lies. This is the true story of Alex Murdaugh. For nearly a century, the Murdaugh family held power in South Carolina's Low Country. 3 generations served as solicitors, powerful prosecutors overseeing multiple counties. The family name was synonymous with authority. Judges knew it. Law enforcement respected it. People in the community grew up hearing it. Alex Murdaugh inherited not just wealth and property, but expectation. He became a personal injury attorney, working at the family law firm. He moved comfortably through legal circles. He understood procedure. He understood influence. And for years, he maintained the image of a successful Southern lawyer. Boating, hunting, attending social events, living in a large estate known as Moselle. Behind that image, however, financial instability was growing. Alex had developed a severe opioid addiction. He was stealing money, not small amounts, but millions from clients and from his own firm. He manipulated settlements. He created fake bank accounts. He moved funds through complex channels, often using his knowledge of legal systems to avoid immediate detection. But the unraveling did not begin with financial crimes. It began with tragedy. On February 24th, 2019, a boat owned by the Murdaugh family crashed in the early morning darkness. Paul Murdaugh, Alex's younger son, was allegedly driving. The crash killed 19-year-old Mallory Beach. The accident drew intense public scrutiny. Lawsuits followed. Questions about influence and privilege surfaced quickly. Some in the community believed the Murdaugh name had shielded consequences in the past. The civil case placed financial pressure on Alex and his family, demanding transparency about assets. 2 years later, on June 7th, 2021, another tragedy struck. At approximately 10 p.m., Alex called 911 from the Moselle property. He reported that he had found his wife, Maggie, and son, Paul, shot near the dog kennels on the estate. The scene was brutal. Paul had been shot at close range with a shotgun. Maggie had been shot multiple times with a rifle. The weapons were not immediately recovered. When law enforcement arrived, Alex appeared emotional but controlled. His clothing was clean. His timeline was specific. He told officers he had been visiting his mother and returned to find the bodies. In the early hours, investigators treated Alex as a grieving husband and father. But inconsistencies emerged. Cell phone data showed that minutes before the estimated time of death, Paul had recorded a short video at the kennels. In that video, voices could be heard in the background. Experts later analyzed the audio. They concluded that Alex's voice was present in the recording, placing him at the kennels shortly before the murders, contradicting his initial statement to investigators that he had not been there. That detail would later become central. The investigation expanded quietly at first. Gunshot residue patterns, trajectory analysis, vehicle data from Alex's SUV, step counts recorded by smartphones. Forensic experts reconstructed movement minute by minute. Maggie's phone showed orientation changes. Paul's phone locked permanently at a specific time. Alex's phone activity spiked in the narrow window after the killings, showing rapid movement and calls. Meanwhile, financial investigators uncovered the depth of Alex's embezzlement. Millions of dollars stolen, clients defrauded, law partners deceived. The day before the murders, his firm had confronted him about missing funds. The pressure was immense. Prosecutors later argued that Alex killed Maggie and Paul to create sympathy, to distract from financial crimes, and to buy time. In their theory, The murders shifted the narrative away from scrutiny of his theft. In September 2021, Alex himself was shot on a rural roadside. Initially described as an attempted murder, the story quickly unraveled. He admitted to arranging the shooting so that his surviving son, Buster, could collect life insurance money. The image of victim collapsed. Arrests followed, first for financial crimes, then for the murders of Maggie and Paul. The trial began in early 2023 and stretched over weeks. The courtroom became a detailed examination of digital evidence. Cell phone experts testified about orientation sensors and step tracking. Vehicle data specialists explained how onboard systems recorded acceleration and door openings. Prosecutors displayed call logs second by second. The kennel video was played repeatedly. Jurors listened to the background voices. Friends and family testified that the voice belonged to Alex. On the stand, Alex admitted to lying to investigators about his whereabouts. He said paranoia from opioid addiction caused him to mistrust law enforcement. He denied committing the murders. The prosecution emphasized opportunity, motive, and the false alibi. They argued that only someone familiar with the property could move between locations so efficiently. They pointed to the narrow time window and the lack of forced entry. The defense challenged forensic assumptions. They questioned timelines. They argued that suspicion based on financial crimes did not equate to proof of murder. For weeks, jurors absorbed complex data, step counts, phone battery percentages, car ignition times, call durations. Ultimately, the jury deliberated for less than 3 hours. Alex Murdaugh was found guilty of murdering Maggie and Paul. He was sentenced to life in prison without parole. After sentencing, he continued to face trials and convictions for financial crimes, resulting in additional decades of imprisonment. What makes this case linger is not only the violence, but the collapse of legacy. A family name that once commanded courtrooms now appears in transcripts documenting deception and homicide. The investigation was not built on eyewitnesses. It was built on technology, tiny digital breadcrumbs left behind in the span of minutes. A short kennel video recorded casually by a son who did not know it would become the most important piece of evidence. And a man who understood the legal system better than most, yet could not outpace the quiet precision of modern forensic reconstruction. Maggie and Paul Murdaugh died on their own property on a summer night. The legal dynasty that once defined a region ended not with ceremony, but with a verdict read in a quiet courtroom. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who built his identity around control, about a disappearance that shook a wealthy Connecticut town, and about how small forensic details, a drop of blood, a piece of surveillance footage, a timeline measured in minutes, dismantled a carefully rehearsed lie. This is the true story of the murder of Jennifer Dullos. Jennifer Farber Dullos grew up in New York in an educated, financially comfortable family. She attended Brown University, later earned a graduate degree, and was known for her intelligence and creativity. She married Fotis Dullos, a charismatic real estate developer with ambitious plans and an appetite for luxury. At first, their life appeared aspirational. They lived in large homes. They had 5 children. They moved in social circles that valued appearance and success. But behind the facade, the marriage deteriorated. Financial pressure mounted. Fotis's development projects struggled. Lawsuits accumulated. Debt increased. Jennifer increasingly felt isolated and controlled. In 2017, she filed for divorce and moved with the children to New Canaan, Connecticut. The divorce was bitter. Court filings revealed deep hostility. Jennifer accused Fotis of threatening behavior and emotional abuse. Fotis denied the claims and portrayed himself as a devoted father unfairly restricted from his children. The custody battle became intense. Emails between attorneys grew sharper. Motions were filed repeatedly. Psychological evaluations were requested. The conflict moved from private arguments to documented legal warfare. On May 24th, 2019, Jennifer drove her children to school in the morning. Surveillance footage captured her vehicle returning to her home shortly after 8 a.m. After that, she vanished. She missed appointments. She failed to pick up her children. That alone was deeply out of character. Jennifer was organized, present, attentive. Police arrived quickly. At her home, investigators found signs of violence. There was blood, not a small amount, but evidence of a severe assault. Blood spatter patterns suggested she had been attacked in the garage. There were attempts at cleanup, but forensic luminol revealed more than the eye could see. Investigators reconstructed the morning carefully. Fotis Dullos had claimed he was at home in Farmington, Connecticut at the time, but cell phone tower data told a different story. His phone had traveled toward New Canaan that morning. Surveillance cameras along highways and in neighborhoods became crucial. A dark pickup truck, later connected to Fotis, was captured on video near Jennifer's home around the window of time investigators believed the attack occurred. The case began expanding outward. Police discovered that Fotis had been seen that evening in Hartford, discarding trash bags into public bins. Surveillance footage showed him and his girlfriend, Michelle Triconis, stopping at multiple trash receptacles. Inside those discarded bags, investigators later found bloody clothing, zip ties, gloves, and cleaning materials. Some items contained Jennifer's DNA. The methodical disposal suggested planning. Investigators theorized that Fotis had driven to Jennifer's home, attacked her in the garage, transported her body in her own vehicle, then abandoned that vehicle in a nearby park before returning home to create an alibi. Jennifer's body has never been found. Despite that, the forensic case grew strong. Blood evidence in the garage indicated Jennifer suffered severe injuries unlikely to have been survivable. DNA linked the cleanup materials to the crime scene. Surveillance timelines narrowed the window tightly around Fotis's movements. During police interviews, Fotis remained composed. He denied involvement. He described the accusations as part of the custody conflict. He maintained that Jennifer had staged her disappearance to frame him. But the evidence continued to accumulate. Investigators discovered that a longtime friend of Fotis, Kent Mawaney, had also been involved in discussions that prosecutors later argued were part of conspiracy. There were references to alibi planning. There were unusual property visits in the days before the disappearance. In January 2020, Fotis Dullos was arrested and charged with murder and kidnapping-related offenses. He posted bond initially. Shortly afterward, facing mounting legal pressure and the possibility of trial, Fotis attempted suicide at his home. He was transported to a hospital where he later died. His death prevented a criminal trial, but the legal process continued for others involved. Michelle Triconis was later convicted of conspiracy to commit murder and evidence tampering. Prosecutors argued she knowingly participated in disposal efforts and assisted in constructing false alibis. Throughout the proceedings, the courtroom heard detailed forensic testimony. Blood spatter analysts described impact patterns in the garage. Digital experts mapped cell phone movements minute by minute. Video analysts stitched together surveillance clips from multiple towns to reconstruct routes taken that day. The case did not rely on a confession. It relied on reconstruction. Piece by piece, investigators built a timeline so tight that alternative explanations collapsed under scrutiny. Jennifer's family spoke publicly about her devotion to her children. They described her as resilient, protective, and deeply focused on shielding them from conflict. The motive prosecutors presented centered on control, the belief that losing custody and financial leverage was intolerable to Fotis. This was not an impulsive act. It was framed as calculated. The careful driving routes, the staged alibi, the disposal of evidence across multiple locations. Yet what ultimately exposed the crime were small, overlooked details. Surveillance cameras he did not anticipate. Microscopic blood traces that survived cleaning. Digital footprints impossible to erase completely. Jennifer Dullos remains physically missing. Legally and factually, investigators concluded she was murdered inside her own garage on an ordinary morning after dropping her children at school. The silence of that suburban street that day contrasts sharply with the violence believed to have occurred minutes earlier. This story lingers because it shows how modern investigations function, not through dramatic confessions, but through data. Cameras, DNA, cell phone pings, traffic timestamps, and it shows how, even without a body, a case can be proven through methodical reconstruction. Jennifer's children continue their lives under the care of extended family, and the house in New Canaan, once just another large suburban property, became the quiet center of a crime that unfolded not in a single explosive moment, but in a carefully planned morning measured in minutes. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young man who spent years building a life that did not exist, about parents who believe in their son without hesitation, and about how lies, when protected long enough, can harden into something far more dangerous than fear. This is a true crime story about Chandler Halderson, a case that unfolded piece by piece, not through sudden violence, but through the slow exposure of deception. Chandler Halderson grew up in a stable home in Wisconsin. His parents, Bart and Krista Halderson, were supportive, involved, and proud of their son. They encouraged education. They believed in structure. They trusted him. To neighbors and extended family, the Halderson household appeared calm, ordinary, and intact. Chandler was intelligent and articulate. He spoke confidently about his future. He told his parents he was attending college. Later, he told them he was employed by a technology company. He described work projects, co-workers, deadlines, and career growth. He knew how to speak the language of success. None of it was real. Chandler was not attending school. He did not have a job. He spent his days gaming, browsing the internet, and maintaining the illusion of productivity. For years, he forged documents, emails, transcripts, and schedules. He created fake employer websites. He sent emails to himself, then showed them to his parents as proof. He controlled the narrative carefully, anticipating questions before they were asked. Bart and Krista trusted him completely. But lies are fragile, no matter how carefully they are built. In early 2021, Bart began asking deeper questions. He wanted confirmation of Chandler's employment. He wanted to see pay stubs. He wanted clarity. Krista supported her husband. This was not confrontation. It was concern. To Chandler, it felt like exposure. Pressure began closing in. Each question threatened the collapse of the entire identity he had constructed. He could no longer delay. He could no longer redirect. And instead of admitting the truth, Chandler chose something else. On July 1st, 2021, Bart Halderson went missing. Chandler told people his father had left the house after an argument. He said Bart was upset and needed space. He spoke calmly. He sounded rehearsed. He showed no panic. Krista remained at home. The next day, Krista also disappeared. Chandler told friends and family that his parents were away. He continued to send text messages from their phones, pretending to be them. The messages were short, vague, out of character, but enough to delay suspicion briefly. Law enforcement became involved when Bart's co-workers reported him missing. Bart was reliable. He did not vanish without explanation. Police arrived at the Halderson home to conduct a welfare check. Chandler greeted them calmly. Inside the house, investigators noticed inconsistencies immediately. Krista's purse was still there. Her car was in the driveway. There were signs of cleaning in unusual places. The explanations Chandler gave felt overly prepared, lacking emotional urgency. Investigators began digging into Chandler's background. They uncovered the lies quickly. No college enrollment, no employment records, no income. The entire life Chandler had described did not exist. Attention shifted rapidly. During searches of the property, police discovered something far worse. Human remains were found on the family land in a nearby wooded area. Additional remains were found later, scattered and burned in an attempt to destroy evidence. Forensic analysis confirmed the remains belonged to Bart and Krista Halderson. The investigation revealed chilling details. Chandler had killed his parents separately. He used firearms. He dismembered their bodies. He attempted to dispose of them in multiple locations. He researched methods online beforehand. He believed he could outsmart investigators. Throughout questioning, Chandler remained emotionally flat. He corrected detectives on small details. He He focused on technicalities. He showed no visible grief. When confronted with evidence, he denied, deflected, minimized. But the evidence was overwhelming. Digital records showed his searches. Surveillance footage captured his movements. Ballistics matched weapons in his possession. The lies he had once used to impress now worked against him, each fabrication becoming a thread that investigators followed back to the truth. At trial, prosecutors took their time. They did not sensationalize. They reconstructed Chandler's deception year by year. They showed how avoidance became entitlement, and entitlement became violence. Expert testimony explained how individuals who rely entirely on false identity can experience catastrophic psychological collapse when that identity is threatened. Chandler did not kill out of rage. He killed to preserve a version of himself that could not survive reality. The jury found him guilty on all counts. Chandler Halderson was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Bart and Krista Halderson were remembered as loving parents who trusted their son deeply, who believed encouragement was enough, and who never imagined that the greatest danger in their lives lived inside their own home. This story lingers not because of shock, but because of silence. The lies were quiet. The warning signs were subtle. The violence arrived only after years of avoidance. It reminds us that truth delayed does not disappear. It waits. And when someone builds their entire existence on avoiding it, the collapse can become devastating for everyone around them. Chandler Halderson now lives in a world where no lies are needed, because there is nothing left to protect. And the life he tried to preserve was never real to begin with. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who wanted a new life so badly that he decided the only way to get it was to erase the one he already had. This is a true crime story about Chris Watts, not told as headlines or courtroom clips, but as a slow unfolding of events, decisions, lies, and silences that led to one of the most disturbing family murders in recent history. Chris Watts grew up in North Carolina in a quiet, ordinary environment. He was not a troublemaker. He was not violent. People who knew him described him as introverted, passive, and eager to please. He avoided conflict. He followed rules. He did what was expected of him. That tendency stayed with him into adulthood. He married Shannon Watts, a strong, energetic, outspoken woman who brought structure and ambition into his life. Shannon was deeply involved in social media, constantly sharing moments of her life, her marriage, her children. She worked in direct sales and built an identity around positivity, motivation, and family. Together, they had 2 daughters, Bella and Celeste. From the outside, the family appeared stable. The house was clean. The children were dressed neatly. Chris worked steadily as an oil field operator in Colorado. Shannon posted smiling photos. Friends commented with admiration. But inside the marriage, tension was growing quietly. Chris felt increasingly invisible. Shannon was dominant in decision-making. Their finances were strained. Their schedules were exhausting. Chris did not voice his frustration. He absorbed it. He retreated inward, doing what he had always done when overwhelmed. Then, in 2018, Chris began an affair with a co-worker, Nicole Kessinger. With Nicole, Chris felt something unfamiliar. Freedom, lightness, attention without responsibility. He reinvented himself emotionally. He spoke as if his marriage was already over, as if his children were obstacles rather than people. The more he imagined a future with Nicole, the more his existing life felt like a trap. Instead of confronting reality, Chris chose avoidance. In August 2018, Shannon traveled out of state for work. During that time, Chris lived as if unburdened. When Shannon returned home late at night, on August 13th, tired and pregnant, the distance between them was unmistakable. That night, inside their home, Chris made a decision that cannot be separated from weeks of internal detachment. He killed Shannon. The act itself was quiet. No screaming reported. No forced entry. No chaos. Afterward, Chris did not flee. He did not panic. He prepared for work. Before leaving, he carried the bodies of his daughters, still alive at that point, placed them in his truck, and drove to his oil site. At that location, he murdered them as well and disposed of their bodies in oil tanks. Then he went about his day. When Shannon failed to answer calls later that morning, friends became concerned almost immediately. Shannon was communicative, predictable. She would never disappear without explanation. Police arrived at the Watts home for a welfare check. Chris appeared nervous but cooperative. His speech was oddly rehearsed. He spoke in future tense about his missing family, as if narrating rather than experiencing fear. Investigators noticed small things. His emotional responses did not align with urgency. He volunteered information that was not requested. He avoided direct eye contact when discussing details. Surveillance footage from a neighbor showed Chris backing his truck into the driveway early that morning, something he rarely did. The footage did not show Shannon leaving the house. Pressure increased quickly. During interviews, Chris claimed Shannon had taken the children and left, but there was no evidence, no phone usage, no bank activity, no preparation. The story did not match her personality. Police did not accuse him outright. They waited. During a polygraph examination, Chris's emotional control collapsed. His breathing changed. His speech slowed. When told he failed the test, he confessed, but only partially. First, he claimed Shannon killed the children, and he reacted in rage. Investigators listened calmly. Then they pressed gently. Eventually, the full truth emerged. Chris was admitted to killing his wife and daughters. The confession was chilling not because of emotion, but because of its absence. He spoke in matter-of-fact language. He described actions without reflection. It was as if he had already separated himself from the gravity of what he had done. At sentencing, the court heard impact statements from Shannon's family. They spoke of love, trust, and betrayal. Chris listened quietly, occasionally nodding, his expression unchanged. He was sentenced to multiple life terms without parole. What makes this story haunting is not just the violence. It is the emptiness. There was no explosive anger, no sun breakdown, no visible warning signs, just withdrawal. This crime did not begin the night Shannon came home. It began months earlier when Chris stopped seeing his family as people and started seeing them as barriers. This story reminds us that silence can be dangerous when it hides resentment. That avoidance, when paired with fantasy, can become lethal, and that sometimes the most terrifying crimes are committed not by monsters, but by people who simply decide to erase reality instead of facing it. Chris Watts now lives behind concrete walls, his imagined future gone, his real one reduced to memory and consequence. And Shannon, Bella, and Celeste are remembered not as victims of a moment, but as lives lost to a choice that should never have been made. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived two completely separate lives, one filled with discipline, rank, and respect, and another built on secrecy, compulsion, and escalating violence. This is a true crime story about how power can hide cruelty in plain sight, and how even the most controlled life can quietly unravel. Russell Williams was born in 1963 in England and later moved to Canada. From an early age, he appeared focused, intelligent, and ambitious. He excelled academically, joined the military, and built a career that placed him among the most trusted individuals in the country. Over time, Williams rose through the ranks of the Canadian Armed Forces, eventually becoming a colonel and the commanding officer of CFB Trenton, one of Canada's most important Air Force bases. To colleagues, he was disciplined and professional. To neighbors, polite and reserved. To his wife, distant but dependable. There was nothing outwardly alarming about Russell Williams. What no one saw was the other life he carefully protected. For years, Williams had been committing break-ins across quiet Ontario neighborhoods. He targeted homes when no one was present. He stole personal items, particularly women's clothing. He photographed himself wearing them, documenting his fantasies in obsessive detail. These crimes went unnoticed for a long time because nothing appeared disturbed. No obvious theft, no violence, but compulsion rarely stays contained. In 2009, the crimes escalated. Williams began sexually assaulting women in their homes at night. He studied their routines. He entered silently. He restrained them, spoke calmly, and left without killing them. His victims survived, but they were deeply traumatized. They described an attacker who was controlled, methodical, and eerily calm. Still, he was not caught. Then, in June 2009, a woman named Corporal Marie France Comeau went missing. She was a military subordinate stationed at the same base Russell Williams commanded. Her body was later found in a remote area. She had been sexually assaulted and murdered. Months later, another woman, Jessica Lloyd, disappeared from her home. Her body was discovered shortly afterward. The crime showed signs of escalation. More violence, less restraint. Investigators knew they were dealing with someone organized. They began mapping locations, timelines, tire tracks. One small detail became crucial. At multiple crime scenes, distinctive tire impressions were found. The tread pattern was unusual. Investigators narrowed it down to a specific model of tire, one commonly used on certain vehicles. They cross-checked ownership records. Russell Williams' vehicle was a match. When police brought him in for questioning in February 2010, he appeared calm and cooperative. He agreed to speak. He answered politely. He believed he could outthink them. But investigators did not rush. They placed photographs in front of him. They showed him tire comparisons. They watched his reactions. Slowly, his composure cracked. Then they showed him surveillance images from a break-in where the intruder had been photographed wearing stolen clothing. It was him. At that moment, the performance ended. Russell Williams confessed. He spoke in detail, calmly, methodically. He described his crimes without emotion, as if recounting logistics rather than human suffering. He admitted to break-ins, assaults, and murders. He explained how his position helped him avoid suspicion, how structure and authority gave him cover. In 2010, Russell Williams pleaded guilty to 2 counts of first-degree murder, along with dozens of other charges including sexual assault and break-and-enter. He was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole for 25 years. He was stripped of rank, disgraced publicly, removed entirely from the life he once controlled. What makes this story linger is the contrast. A man trusted with national security, a man who led others, a man who lived among families without fear. And yet, beneath the discipline, there was obsession. This case reminds us that danger does not always announce itself loudly. Sometimes it hides behind credentials, behind calm voices, behind routine, and sometimes the truth is revealed not by chaos, but by patience, patterns, and one small detail that refuses to disappear. Russell Williams is now imprisoned. His 2 lives collapsed into one narrow cell. And the women whose lives were forever changed are remembered not for how they were harmed, but for how their cases finally exposed the truth. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about a childhood stolen, about a monster who wore the mask of Mentor, and about how an entire sport failed to protect the children in its care. In the gymnasiums of Pennsylvania State University, where young athletes trained with dreams of Olympic glory, a doctor moved among them with keys to every locker room and unfettered access to vulnerable children. Parents trusted him completely, grateful their daughters were receiving medical care from such a respected professional. But behind closed doors, under the guise of treatment, he was committing crimes that would eventually reveal themselves as one of the most extensive child sexual abuse cases in American history. This is the story of Larry Nassar, a sports medicine doctor who sexually abused at least 265 young female athletes over more than 2 decades. Between 1992 and 2016, he used his position as team doctor for USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to assault girls as young as 6 years old, disguising his abuse as legitimate medical treatment. His crimes were enabled by institutions that ignored complaints, silenced victims, and protected their reputations rather than the children in their care. Lawrence Gerard Nassar was born on August 16, 1963, in Farmington Hills, Michigan. He grew up in a middle-class family where education and achievement were valued. His childhood appeared unremarkable, with no obvious signs of the predator he would become. He was intelligent and focused, showing early interest in sports medicine and athletic training. Larry attended Michigan State University, earning undergraduate and graduate degrees in kinesiology before attending medical school. He was drawn to sports medicine, particularly gymnastics, where he saw opportunity to work with elite young athletes. He completed his training and became licensed as an osteopathic physician, gaining credentials that would give him authority and trust. In 1986, while still a student, Larry began working as an athletic trainer for the USA gymnastics team. He quickly made himself indispensable, volunteering for events, traveling with teams, and building relationships with coaches and officials. He positioned himself as someone dedicated to the athletes, always available, always willing to help. This reputation gave him access and trust that he would exploit for decades. Larry developed a technique he claimed was a legitimate treatment for various athletic injuries, particularly back and hip pain. He called it pelvic floor therapy and told athletes it required internal manipulation. In reality, he was sexually assaulting them, penetrating them with his unloved hands while claiming it was medical treatment. The girls were confused and uncomfortable, but trusted that a doctor knew what he was doing. He would perform these assaults in exam rooms, often with parents present in the room, but positioned so they could not see what his hands were doing beneath a sheet. He would chat casually with parents while assaulting their daughters. His demeanor so professional and relaxed that no one suspected anything inappropriate was happening. Larry targeted young gymnasts who were vulnerable and unlikely to question authority. These were girls who had been trained from early childhood to obey coaches and medical staff without question, to push through pain and discomfort, to trust that adults in positions of authority had their best interests at heart. Their conditioning made them perfect victims for someone who understood how to exploit that trust. Over 2 decades, Larry assaulted hundreds of girls. Some were Olympic medalists, elite athletes whose names the world knew. Most were young gymnasts training at local clubs, girls with Olympic dreams who trusted that the national team doctor was providing them with the best care possible. He assaulted them at competitions, at training camps, at his office at Michigan State University, and even at his home where parents would bring their daughters for treatment. Reports of Larry's abuse began surfacing as early as the 1990s, but they were consistently dismissed or ignored. Young athletes complained to coaches, to USA gymnastics officials, to Michigan State administrators. Each time, the institutions chose to protect Larry rather than investigate the claims. Officials told victims they were misunderstanding legitimate medical treatment. Some were warned that speaking out would damage their careers and the sport they loved. In 2004, a young gymnast reported Larry's abuse to Michigan State University police. An investigation was conducted but closed without charges. Larry was allowed to continue practicing. In 2014, another athlete filed a complaint with the university. Again, an investigation concluded that Larry's techniques were legitimate medical procedures. The institution sided with the doctor rather than the victim. The breakthrough came in 2016 when former gymnast Rachel Den Hollander went public with detailed accusations against Larry. Her willingness to speak openly, using her real name and providing specific accounts, gave other victims courage to come forward. Within months, dozens and then hundreds of women and girls reported that Larry had assaulted them during supposed medical treatments. Investigations by police and journalists revealed the staggering scope of Larry's crimes and the systematic failures by USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to protect children in their care. Internal documents showed that officials had received numerous complaints over decades, but had taken no meaningful action to stop Larry or protect future victims. Larry Nassar was arrested in December 2016 on child pornography charges. As the investigation expanded, he was charged with multiple counts of criminal sexual conduct spanning decades. Faced with overwhelming evidence from hundreds of victims, he eventually pleaded guilty to avoid trial. His sentencing hearings in January 2018 became historic moments. Over 7 days, 156 victims gave impact statements describing how Larry's abuse had affected their lives. Olympic champions like Ali Raisman, Michaela Maroney, and Simone Biles spoke publicly about being abused by the doctor they had trusted. Judge Rosemary Aquilina allowed every victim who wanted to speak the opportunity to confront Larry. Larry Nassar was sentenced to 40 to 175 years in prison for criminal sexual conduct, in addition to a 60-year federal sentence for child pornography. He will die in prison. During sentencing, Judge Aquilina told him he had just signed his own death warrant. The fallout from a Nassar case was extensive. USA Gymnastics filed for bankruptcy under the weight of lawsuits. The entire USA Gymnastics Board resigned. Michigan State University paid $500 million to settle claims from victims. Officials who had dismissed or ignored complaints faced criminal charges for their failures. Larry's case exposed how institutions prioritize reputation over child safety, how predators exploit positions of trust and authority, and how children in elite sports can be particularly vulnerable to abuse because they have been conditioned to endure pain and obey authority figures without question. The survivors of Larry Nassar's abuse have become advocates for changing how institutions handle allegations of abuse and for protecting children in sports. I'm going to tell you a story about how trust was turned into a weapon, how power hid behind fame, and how silence allowed evil to grow inside one of America's most respected universities. For decades, Jerry Sandusky was known as one of the brightest minds in college football. At Pennsylvania State University, he helped build a program that symbolized discipline, teamwork, and pride. Parents admired him, players respected him, and the community treated him as a hero. What nobody saw was the darkness behind that success. The double life of a man who used his position to exploit the very children he claimed to protect. Jerry Sandusky was born in 1944 in a small Pennsylvania town. His parents ran a local youth recreation center, a place filled with the laughter of children and the sound of bouncing basketballs. From an early age, he learned how to connect with kids, how to seem trustworthy, how to play the role of the caring mentor. When he joined Penn State's football staff in 1969, he quickly became a central figure in the team's success. He was known for his enthusiasm, his focus on defense, and his ability to motivate young players. In the late 1970s, he started a charity called the Second Mile, officially meant to support disadvantaged children and give them guidance through sports. It was seen as a noble cause, a way for an accomplished coach to give back to his community. But behind that charitable image, the Second Mile became a hunting ground. Sandusky identified vulnerable boys, many from broken homes, and slowly built their trust. He took them to games, invited them to stay overnight, gave them gifts, and made them feel special. Over time, that kindness turned into control. What started as a mentoring relationship became abuse. For years, he operated in plain sight. His reputation and connections shielded him. When anyone raised questions, the doubts were quietly dismissed. Penn State was a powerful institution, and its football program was sacred to the community. No one wanted to believe that one of its most respected figures could be capable of such acts. The first serious signs of trouble surfaced in the late 1990s. A mother reported that Sandusky had behaved inappropriately with her son. An investigation followed, but no charges were filed. He retired from Penn State in 1999, but the university continued to give him full access to its athletic facilities. He still brought children there through his charity, walking freely in the same locker rooms and showers he had always used. In 2001, a graduate assistant walked into a locker room and saw something no one should ever see: Sandusky with a young boy in the showers. The incident was reported to university officials, but the matter was handled internally. The police were never called. Penn State's leadership chose to protect the institution's image rather than confront the truth. For another decade, Sandusky continued to meet boys through the Second Mile. The abuse did not stop until investigators from the state attorney general's office began piecing together the stories of multiple victims. One by one, young men came forward describing the same pattern: the gifts, the trust, the gradual manipulation, and the assaults that followed. In 2011, the case exploded into public view. Jerry Sandusky was arrested and charged with dozens of counts of sexual abuse involving boys as young as 10 years old. The fallout reached far beyond him. Joe Paterno, the legendary head coach who had built Penn State's football empire, was fired for failing to act on the reports. The university's president and athletic director also faced charges for covering up what they knew. The trial in 2012 revealed years of institutional failure. Victims described the psychological manipulation, the fear, and the shame that kept them silent. Prosecutors showed how officials ignored red flags to preserve the reputation of their program. Sandusky was convicted on 45 counts of sexual abuse and sentenced to 30 to 60 years in prison. He was 70 years old at the time, a life sentence in all but name. The damage left behind was immense. Penn State's image was destroyed, its leaders disgraced, and its football program tainted forever. But the deepest wounds were those carried by the survivors, the young men whose childhoods were stolen and whose voices were ignored for so long. The Sandusky case forced America to confront uncomfortable truths about power, loyalty, and silence. It showed how institutions can protect themselves instead of the people they are supposed to serve, and how predators thrive when no one dares to challenge them. Today, Penn State has tried to rebuild its reputation, but for many, the memory of what happened there will never fade. The boys who trusted Jerry Sandusky will never get back the years that were taken from them. Their courage in speaking out ended the career of a powerful man and exposed the price of protecting an image over protecting children. It remains one of the darkest chapters in American sports, not just because of what one man did, but because of how many others looked away while he did it. I'm going to tell you a story about a teacher who betrayed her students, about innocence exploited in the cruelest way, and about how those entrusted with protecting children can sometimes be the very ones who destroy them. In the classrooms of Seattle, Washington, where children should have been learning and growing in safety, a sixth-grade teacher was grooming one of her 12-year-old students for a relationship that would shock the nation. She presented herself as a dedicated educator, young and enthusiastic about teaching, but she was systematically manipulating a vulnerable boy, crossing boundaries that should have been sacred, transforming a position of trust into an instrument of abuse. This is the story of Mary Kay Letourneau, a 34-year-old elementary school teacher who in 1996 began a sexual relationship with her 12-year-old student Billy Foileau. She became pregnant with the child while he was still in 6th grade, was arrested and convicted of child rape, then violated her parole to continue the relationship, becoming pregnant again. She served 7 years in prison and after her release, shockingly married her victim when he turned 18. Their relationship lasted until her death in 2020, but it began as child sexual abuse that was romanticized by media coverage that should have called it what it was, a crime. Mary Catherine Schmitz was born on January 30th, 1962, in Tustin, California. She came from a prominent Catholic family. Her father was a politician who served in the U.S. House of Representatives, and her mother was a fervent anti-abortion activist. Mary Kay grew up in an environment of rigid religious values and public scrutiny, where appearance and reputation mattered above all else. Despite the outward respectability, Mary Kay's childhood was troubled. Her father was later revealed to have had affairs and illegitimate children, creating a family environment built on hypocrisy and hidden shame. Mary Kay learned early that public image mattered more than private truth, that respectable facades could conceal moral failures. Mary Kay attended Catholic schools and seemed to be following a conventional path. She married her college boyfriend Steve Letourneau, had 4 children with him, and became an elementary school teacher. To those who knew her, she seemed like a devoted mother and enthusiastic educator. But her marriage was troubled, and she was unhappy with her life, feeling trapped by responsibilities and unfulfilled expectations. In 1996, Mary Kay was teaching 6th grade at Shorewood Elementary School in Seattle. Among her students was 12-year-old Billy Foileau, a quiet boy from a troubled family. Billy's home life was chaotic, with an absent father and a mother struggling with her own issues. He was vulnerable, seeking attention and validation that he was not receiving at home. Mary Kay began paying special attention to Billy, praising his artwork and spending time with him after school. What she claimed was mentoring was actually grooming, the systematic process predators use to break down boundaries and prepare victims for abuse. She isolated him from other students, created situations where they would be alone together, and convinced him that their relationship was special and unique. By summer 1996, Mary Kay and Billy were having sexual contact. She was a 34-year-old married mother of four. He was a 12-year-old child who could not legally consent to any sexual activity with an adult. The relationship was statutory rape under Washington law, a crime that recognized children cannot consent to sex with adults regardless of what they might say or believe. Mary Kay became pregnant with Billy's child in late 1996. When she gave birth in May 1997, the situation could no longer be hidden. Police were notified and began investigating. Mary Kay was arrested and charged with 2 counts of second-degree child rape. During her trial, Mary Kay claimed she was in love with Billy and that their relationship was consensual. Her attorneys attempted to portray it as a love story rather than abuse. But prosecutors argued correctly that a 12-year-old cannot consent to sex with an adult, that the power imbalance between teacher and student made consent impossible, and that Mary Kay had exploited her position of authority to sexually abuse a child in her care. Mary Kay pleaded guilty to 2 counts of second-degree child rape in August 1997. She was sentenced to 7.5 years in prison, but the judge suspended all but 6 months on the condition that she have no contact with Billy. She was released in January 1998 with strict orders to stay away from her victim. Within weeks of her release, Mary Kay violated her parole by meeting with Billy. Police found them together in a car in February 1998. She was immediately arrested and sent back to prison to serve her full sentence. She was also pregnant again with Billy's second child, conceived during her brief period of freedom. Mary Kay served 7 years in prison, giving birth to her second daughter by Billy while incarcerated. During this time, media coverage of the case was disturbing in how it romanticized the relationship. Some outlets portrayed it as a forbidden love story rather than what it was, an adult sexually abusing a child. This coverage minimized the crime and normalized predatory behavior when the perpetrator was an attractive woman and the victim was a boy. Mary Kay was released from prison in 2004 when Billy was 21 years old. Shockingly, the two resumed their relationship and married in 2005. They stayed together for 15 years, raising their 2 daughters. To some, this seemed to validate the relationship, proof that it was genuine love rather than abuse. But psychologists and child protection advocates argued that Billy had been groomed from such a young age that his perception of the relationship was fundamentally warped by the abuse. Mary Kay Letourneau died of cancer on July 6, 2020, at age 58. Billy separated from her before her death, finally gaining distance from the woman who had abused him as a child. In interviews after her death, he acknowledged the relationship had been inappropriate and that he had been victimized, though he struggled to fully process and articulate the abuse he had experienced. The Mary Kay Letourneau case exposed serious double standards in how society views sexual abuse. When male teachers abuse female students, they are rightfully called predators and pedophiles. But when female teachers abuse male students, the crimes are often minimized with language like affair or relationship, as if a child can have an affair with an adult. The case also revealed how victims of abuse can be so thoroughly groomed that they defend their abusers and even continue relationships with them into adulthood. This does not make the abuse less real or less damaging. It demonstrates how profoundly predators can warp their victims' understanding of healthy relationships. Mary Kay Letourneau was not a romantic figure or a woman who fell in love inappropriately. She was a child predator who used her position of authority to sexually abuse a vulnerable 12-year-old boy, destroyed his childhood, and warped his development so thoroughly that he could not escape her influence even as an adult. Her story is not a love story. It is a crime story about a teacher who betrayed every principle of her profession and a system that failed to protect a child from his abuser. I'm going to tell you a story about madness disguised as mission, about a man who believed himself beyond judgment, and about how obsession with purity can transform into the purest form of evil. In the grimy streets of London's Whitechapel district during the autumn of 1888, where poverty crushed souls and women sold their bodies to survive another day. A killer was stalking the fog-shrouded alleys. He targeted prostitutes, women society had already discarded, and he mutilated them with surgical precision that suggested medical knowledge. His identity remained unknown, his motives a mystery, and his crime sparked a media frenzy that made him the world's first celebrity serial killer. This is the story of Jack the Ripper, though his true identity has never been definitively proven. Between August and November 1888, he murdered at least 5 women in London's East End, though some investigators believe he killed more. He would approach them in the early morning hours, quickly slash their throats, then mutilate their bodies with a knife, removing organs with skill that suggested anatomical knowledge. He sent taunting letters to police and newspapers, claiming responsibility and promising more murders. Then he vanished, never caught, leaving behind only questions and a legend that has endured for over a century. The canonical 5 victims, those definitively attributed to the Ripper, were Mary and Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly. All were impoverished women in their 40s who worked as prostitutes in Whitechapel, one of London's most desperate slums. They lived in doss houses, drinking away what little money they earned, trapped in cycles of poverty and addiction with no hope of escape. The first victim, Marian Nichols, was found on August 31st, 1888, in Bucks Row. Her throat had been cut so deeply she was nearly decapitated, and her abdomen had been slashed open. The brutality shocked even seasoned police officers accustomed to Whitechapel's violence. Annie Chapman was discovered on September 8th in the backyard of 29 Hanbury Street. She had been killed and mutilated in the same manner as Nichols, but this time the killer had removed her uterus and taken it with him. This suggested someone with anatomical knowledge and raised theories that the killer might be a doctor or surgeon. On September 30th, 2 murders occurred in one night. Elizabeth Stride was found with her throat cut, but not mutilated, possibly because the killer was interrupted. Less than an hour later, Catherine Eddowes was discovered in Mitre Square, murdered and extensively mutilated. Her kidney had been removed. This double murder created panic throughout London. The final canonical victim, Mary Jane Kelly, was killed on November 9th in her small rented room. Unlike the others who had been killed outdoors, Kelly's murder occurred indoors where the killer had time and privacy. The mutilation was extreme, her body so extensively cut and organs removed that she was barely recognizable. The scene was photographed, creating images that remain among the most disturbing crime scene photos in history. During this period, numerous letters were sent to police and newspapers claiming to be from a killer. Most were hoaxes, but 2 have been considered potentially genuine by investigators. The Dear Boss letter, received September 27th, introduced the name Jack the Ripper and promised more killings. The From Hell letter, received October 16th, came with half a human kidney that the writer claimed came from Catherine Eddowes. The investigation was massive, but hampered by limited forensic technology and the chaotic conditions of Whitechapel. Police interviewed thousands of people, pursued numerous suspects, and employed innovative techniques like crime scene photography. But they never definitively identified the killer. Theories about Jack the Ripper's identity have proliferated for over a century. Suspects have included Montague John Druitt, a barrister who drowned himself shortly after the final murder; Aaron Kosminski, a Polish immigrant with mental illness who was confined to an asylum; Michael Ostrog, a Russian con artist with a history of violence; Walter Sickert, an artist whose paintings some believe contain clues about the murders. Even members of the royal family have been implicated in conspiracy theories, though without credible evidence. Modern forensic analysis using DNA from letters and evidence has pointed to some suspects more than others, but definitive proof remains elusive. The contamination of evidence over 130 years and the questionable chain of custody make conclusive identification impossible. What makes Jack the Ripper significant beyond the murders themselves is his cultural impact. He became the prototype for the serial killer in popular imagination, the mysterious figure who kills without clear motive and eludes capture. The The Victorian press sensationalized the crimes, creating a media circus that amplified fear throughout London and captured international attention. The murders also exposed the desperate conditions in London's East End, where poverty forced women into prostitution and made them vulnerable to violence. Social reformers used the Ripper case to advocate for better housing, employment opportunities, and support for the poor. The victims, who had lived and died in obscurity, became symbols of society's failure to protect its most vulnerable members. The Ripper's surgical skill and apparent anatomical knowledge sparked theories he was a doctor, leading to distrust of medical professionals in Whitechapel. His ability to disappear after murders in crowded areas suggested someone who belonged in the neighborhood, who could blend in rather than stand out as suspicious. Some historians believe Jack the Ripper stopped killing because he died, was imprisoned for another crime, or was institutionalized in an asylum. Others think he may have emigrated or simply stopped for reasons unknown. The abrupt end to the murder series remains as mysterious as the killer's identity. The 5 canonical victims are now more famous in death than they ever were in life. Mary Ann Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly have been studied extensively, their lives examined for clues about why they were targeted and what they might reveal about their killer. The Jack the Ripper case remains unsolved, one of history's most infamous cold cases. The killer's identity is likely lost to time, but his crimes change how society viewed serial murder and how media covered violent crime. He transformed from a real killer into a legend, a symbol of Victorian-era fears about modernity, urbanization, and the darkness lurking in city streets. The women he killed deserve to be remembered not just as victims, but as individuals who lived difficult lives in impossible circumstances, who were let down by society before they were destroyed by a madman. Their deaths exposed the brutal realities of poverty and inspired reforms that helped others, though the changes came too late to save them. Jack the Ripper vanished into history, but his shadow stretches across more than a century, a reminder that some evil escapes justice and some questions remain forever unanswered, leaving only victims, mysteries, and a haunting knowledge that a killer once walked London's streets and was never caught. I'm going to tell you a story about power, silence, and the cost of speaking the truth. It is the story of how an industry built on dreams and fame allowed one man to control women's futures through fear. This is the story of Harvey Weinstein and the system that helped him stay untouchable for decades. For years, Harvey Weinstein was one of the most powerful figures in Hollywood. As the co-founder of Miramax and later the Weinstein Company, he produced dozens of award-winning films that shaped modern cinema. He stood on the stages of the Academy Awards, shaking hands with actors, directors, and politicians. His name appeared in movie credits alongside some of the greatest titles of the 1990s and 2000s. To the public, he was the man who made stars. Inside the industry, he was feared. Weinstein's story began in Queens, New York, where he and his brother Bob grew up in a working-class family. In the 1970s, the two founded Miramax, naming it after their parents, Miriam and Max. They began by distributing small independent films, slowly building a reputation for bringing daring stories to mainstream audiences. By the 1990s, Miramax was a powerhouse. It released Pulp Fiction, The English Patient, Shakespeare in Love, and countless others that defined a generation. But behind the scenes, Harvey Weinstein ruled through intimidation. Colleagues described him as explosive, controlling, and obsessed with dominance. He shouted at assistants, humiliated executives, and demanded absolute loyalty. That same hunger for power extended beyond his office and into his relationships with women. In hotel suites, production offices, and film festivals, Weinstein used his position to lure aspiring actresses and employees into situations where he could exploit them. He would promise career opportunities, auditions, or roles, but once alone, he would corner them, harass them, or assault them. Many women described the same routine, a meeting about work that turned into pressure, coercion, and threats. For years, the rumors spread quietly. Agents warned their clients to be careful. Some assistants tried to speak up, but were silenced by non-disclosure agreements or fear of losing their careers. Hollywood's culture of secrecy made it easy for him to operate. His films employed thousands, his influence stretched across studios, and his donations reached politicians and charities. Speaking against him meant risking everything. When women did try to go public, the system around Weinstein reacted to protect him. Lawyers threatened lawsuits. Tabloids were used to discredit victims. In some cases, private investigators were hired to track women who were considering speaking out. The first public cracks appeared in 2015 when actress Ashley Judd mentioned an unnamed studio executive who had made inappropriate advances toward her. Her story drew attention, but no one named Weinstein yet. That would change 2 years later. In October 2017, the New York Times published an article by Jodi Kantor and Megan Twohey detailing multiple allegations of sexual harassment and assault against Harvey Weinstein, spanning 3 decades. Within days, The New Yorker followed with another investigation by Ronan Farrow, containing even more accounts, including women describing rape and intimidation. The story shared chilling similarities: hotel meetings, locked doors, demands for massages, and threats when they refused. The impact was immediate. Dozens of women, actresses, assistants, models, journalists came forward. Among them were well-known names like Gwyneth Paltrow, Angelina Jolie, Rosanna Arquette, and Salma Hayek. Many had remained silent for years, afraid of what would happen if they challenged a man so deeply connected to the industry. As the accusations grew, so did the realization that this was not an isolated case of one predator. It was a window into how Hollywood had normalized abuse of power for decades. The story ignited a movement. Women across industries began sharing their own experiences under the hashtag #MeToo, a phrase originally coined by activist Turner Burke years earlier to support survivors of sexual violence. Within months, the #MeToo movement became a global reckoning. Harvey Weinstein was fired from his own company and expelled from the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. His empire crumbled overnight, but the real test would come in court. In 2020, after years of legal battles, Weinstein stood trial in New York. 6 women testified, describing how he had assaulted them and used his power to silence them. The prosecution presented a pattern of manipulation, using his position as a gatekeeper of careers to control young women's lives. The defense tried to argue that the encounters were consensual and part of the power dynamics of the industry. The jury disagreed. Weinstein was convicted of rape and sexual assault and sentenced to 23 years in prison. Later, additional charges in California led to another conviction, adding 16 more years to his sentence. Once one of the most powerful men in entertainment, he would spend the rest of his life behind bars. The consequences went far beyond Weinstein himself. His downfall opened a floodgate. Executives, directors, journalists, and politicians across the world faced new scrutiny. Victims who had stayed silent for years finally spoke out. Entire organizations reevaluated their policies on harassment and consent. For many women, the movement represented the first time their voices were believed. Yet for others, it was a painful reminder of how long the system had ignored them. Some of Weinstein's victims had tried to report him in the 1990s, but were dismissed or paid off through settlements that buried their stories. The legal structures that protected powerful men for so long, non-disclosure agreements, private arbitration, and corporate complicity, began to crumble only after the media exposure. The film industry has tried to move forward, but the scars remain. Many survivors of Weinstein's abuse continue to deal with trauma, therapy, and careers that never recovered. Some left the industry entirely. The #MeToo movement, though transformative, also faced backlash. Critics claimed it created fear and overcorrection. But its impact was undeniable. It changed how the world talks about consent, accountability, and power. Weinstein's case showed how abuse can hide in plain sight when wealth and influence are involved. He surrounded himself with enablers, lawyers, publicists, and executives who benefited from his success and looked away from his crimes. In the end, his downfall was not only a personal collapse, but but an indictment of an entire culture that prioritized money and fame over humanity. When he entered the courtroom in handcuffs, limping and pale, the image symbolized the end of an era, the moment when power no longer guaranteed protection. For decades, Hollywood had rewarded silence. Now, silence had finally broken. Harvey Weinstein will likely die in prison. His name, once attached to golden statues and glamorous parties, now stands as a warning, a symbol of what happens when power goes unchecked. But the women who spoke out did more than expose one man. They exposed a system built on fear and silence. And they changed the world by refusing to stay quiet. Their voices created a movement that outlived his power, proving that even in the darkest corners of fame, truth still finds a way to be heard. I'm going to tell you a story about ambition twisted into violence, about a woman who wanted fame at any cost, and about how desperation for recognition can transform into murderous rage. In the glittering world of professional figure skating, where athletes dedicate their lives to perfection and competition is fierce, a rivalry was escalating beyond normal bounds. Two skaters were competing for spots on the 1994 U.S. Olympic team, but one was willing to cross lines that should never be crossed to eliminate her competition. What followed would become one of the most infamous attacks in sports history. This is the story of Tonya Harding and the attack on Nancy Kerrigan. On January 6th, 1994, as Nancy practiced at a skating rink in Detroit, a man approached her after she left the ice and struck her knee with a metal baton. The attack was designed to injure her badly enough to force her withdrawal from the upcoming national championships and Olympic trials. The assailant was hired by Tonya's ex-husband Jeff Gillooly and her bodyguard Sean Eckhart, and evidence suggested Tonya knew about and approved the plan. The attack failed to end Nancy's career, but it ended Tonya's, destroyed reputations, and revealed how far some will go to achieve their dreams. Tonya Maxine Harding was born on November 12, 1970, in Portland, Oregon. Her childhood was marked by poverty and abuse that shaped her aggressive, combative personality. Her mother, Lavana, was brutal, physically and emotionally abusing Tonya throughout her childhood. She would beat her daughter, mock her appearance, and push her relentlessly in skating while never offering praise or affection. Tonya's family was poor, struggling to afford skating lessons and equipment. This made her an outsider in the elite world of figure skating, where most competitors came from wealthy families who could afford the best coaches and training. Tonya wore homemade costumes while her competitors wore expensive designer outfits. She felt judged and dismissed by skating officials who valued elegance and refinement, qualities Tonya's rough background had not provided. But Tonya had undeniable athletic ability. She was powerful and aggressive, landing jumps other female skaters could not. In 1991, she became the first American woman to land a triple axel in competition, a feat requiring tremendous strength and technical skill. This should have made her a star, but judges consistently scored her lower than competitors with more polished presentations. Tonya's personal life was chaotic. She married Jeff Gillooly when she was 19, beginning a volatile relationship marked by domestic violence. Jeff was controlling and abusive, and Tonya was trapped in a cycle she did not know how to escape. The abuse she had experienced from her mother had normalized violence in relationships. By 1993, Tonya's skating career was declining. She was 23, old for a figure skater, and her technical skills were offset by presentation scores that judges kept artificially low. Meanwhile, Nancy Kerrigan was emerging as America's skating sweetheart. Nancy was elegant, beautiful, and came from a working-class background that made her relatable. She was everything Tonya was not, and she was winning. Tonya became obsessed with Nancy, seeing her as the obstacle between herself and Olympic glory. In Tonya's mind, if Nancy were eliminated, she would make the Olympic team and finally receive the recognition she deserved. This obsession transformed into a conspiracy to injure Nancy badly enough to force her withdrawal from competition. Tonya's ex-husband Jeff and her bodyguard Sean began planning the attack in late 1993. They hired Shane Stant to carry out the assault and Derek Smith to drive the getaway car. The plan was crude but effective. Wait for Nancy to finish practice, approach her when she was vulnerable, and strike her knee hard enough to cause serious injury. On January 6, 1994, at the Cobo Arena in Detroit, Shane Stant waited for Nancy to finish practicing. As she walked through a corridor talking to her father, Shane rushed up and struck her right knee with a metal baton. He fled before anyone could stop him. Nancy collapsed, crying in pain and confusion, repeatedly asking why someone would do this to her. The attack made international headlines immediately. Nancy was America's sweetheart, and the brutal assault shocked the sports world. Investigators began working to identify the assailant and determine if this was a random attack or something more sinister. Within days, the conspiracy unraveled. Sean Eckhart, Tanya's bodyguard, began talking to people about his involvement, unable to resist bragging about the crime. Investigators traced phone records connecting Tanya's camp to the attacker. Jeff, Sean, Shane, and Derek were all arrested and confessed, each implicating the others. The question became, what did Tanya know and when did she know it? Evidence suggested she knew about the attack beforehand and may have helped plan it, though she denied this. After the attack, she definitely knew who was responsible, but said nothing to authorities, making her complicit even if she had not initiated the plan. Nancy recovered more quickly than expected. Her knee was bruised, but not permanently damaged. She competed at the national championships in February and placed second. Tanya won the event, but the victory was overshadowed by the investigation. Both were named to the Olympic team, setting up a dramatic confrontation in Lillehammer, Norway. At the 1994 Winter Olympics, the focus was on Tanya and Nancy rather than the competition itself. Nancy skated beautifully and won the silver medal. Tanya's performance was disastrous, hampered by equipment problems and the pressure of the scandal. She finished eighth. After the Olympics, Tanya pleaded guilty to conspiring to hinder prosecution for not reporting what she knew about the attack. She received 3 years probation, was fined, and was banned for life from competitive figure skating. Her accomplices received prison sentences ranging from 18 months to 2 years. Nancy continued skating professionally and became a commentator and analyst. Her career recovered, though the attack remains the event most associated with her name. Tanya's life after skating was troubled, marked by various attempts to achieve fame through boxing, reality television, and other ventures. The attack on Nancy Kerrigan stands as one of sport's most shocking moments, revealing how far ambition can push people beyond moral boundaries. Tanya Harding destroyed her own career and reputation in an attempt to eliminate competition, proving that sometimes the most dangerous opponent is not the one across the ice, but the desperation and rage within yourself that convinces you violence is the answer to your problems. I'm going to tell you a story about jealousy that festered into obsession, about a woman who could not accept rejection, and about how love can twist into something so dark it destroys everyone it touches. In the quiet suburb of Clear Lake, Texas, where families raised children in safe neighborhoods and high school sweethearts dreamed of futures together, a love triangle was developing that would end in unimaginable violence. A former NASA flight controller was stalking her ex-boyfriend and his new lover, unable to accept that he had moved on. Her obsession would culminate in a nightmarish act that shocked the nation. This is the story of Clara Harris. On July 24th, 2002, this successful dentist discovered her husband was having an affair with his receptionist. Hours after confronting them at a hotel, Clara ran over her husband, David, repeatedly with her Mercedes in a hotel parking lot, killing him while their teenage stepdaughter watched in horror from the car. The murder was captured on video by a private investigator Clara had hired, providing undeniable evidence of a crime driven by rage and betrayal. Clara Suarez was born on February 3rd, 1958, in Bogota, Colombia. She came from a wealthy, educated family and showed early academic promise. She excelled in school and pursued dentistry, earning her degree and establishing herself as a skilled professional. She was ambitious and driven, accustomed to success and control over her life. Clara moved to the United States and built a successful dental practice in Houston, Texas. She met David Harris, a fellow dentist, and they married in 1992. Together, they ran a thriving orthodontic practice, living in an affluent suburb with David's twin sons from a previous marriage. To outsiders, they seemed like a successful, attractive couple living the American dream. But by the early 2000s, their marriage was troubled. David was unhappy and began an affair with Gail Bridges, a receptionist at their dental office. The affair was not subtle, and Clara became suspicious. In July 2002, she confirmed her fears by hiring a private investigator who documented David and Gail meeting at hotels. On July 24th, 2002, Clara and her stepdaughter Lindsay followed the private investigator to the Nassau Bay Hilton where David was meeting Gail. Clara confronted them in the hotel lobby, creating a scene. Hotel staff intervened and asked everyone to leave. David and Gail went to the parking lot. What happened next was captured on video by the private investigator's camera. Clara got into her silver Mercedes with Lindsay in the passenger seat. She spotted David and Gail in the parking lot and accelerated toward them. David pushed Gail out of the way, saving her, but Clara struck him with the car, knocking him down. Then Clara did something that transformed an act of rage into calculated murder. She circled the parking lot and ran over David's body again and again. Witnesses counted 3 or 4 times that she deliberately drove over her husband while Lindsay screamed for her to stop. When Clara finally stopped, David was dead, his body crushed beneath the wheels of the car his wife had been driving. Clara immediately began claiming it was an accident, that she had lost control of the vehicle. But the video evidence was damning. It clearly showed her circling the parking lot repeatedly, deliberately running over David each time. Multiple witnesses testified that it was obviously intentional. During her trial in 2003, Clara's defense team tried to argue she had suffered a temporary breakdown driven by the discovery of the affair. They presented her as a devoted wife who had been betrayed and snapped in a moment of emotional crisis. But prosecutors showed this was not a momentary loss of control, but sustained violence. She had run over David multiple times, each pass requiring a conscious decision to continue. The most heartbreaking testimony came from Lindsay, David's teenage daughter who had been in the car during the murder. She described screaming at Clara to stop, begging her to end the violence. But Clara had ignored her and continued running over David. Lindsay had loved her stepmother, but now had to testify against her about the most traumatic experience of her life. On February 14, 2003, Valentine's Day, Clara Harris was convicted of murder. The jury rejected her claims of accident or temporary insanity. She was sentenced to 20 years in prison and ordered to pay $10,000 in fines. Judge Carol Davies called her actions calculated and deliberate. Clara served 15 years of her sentence, during which she maintained that she had not intended to kill David, that she loved him and the violence was an aberration driven by overwhelming emotion. She expressed remorse, but continued to minimize her responsibility, claiming she had only meant to scare him or damage the car, not to kill him. She was released from prison in May 2018 after serving her sentence. She returned to Colombia where she had family support and began trying to rebuild her life. But she left behind a destroyed family in Texas. David's sons from his first marriage had lost their father to their stepmother's rage. Lindsay, who had witnessed the murder, carried trauma that therapy could never fully heal. Gail Bridges, the woman David had been having an affair with, lived with guilt and grief. She had survived only because David pushed her out of the way, sacrificing himself. She had to process both surviving and knowing that her affair had been the catalyst for the violence. The Clara Harris case became infamous as an example of crimes of passion, though that term minimizes the calculated nature of what she did. Running over someone repeatedly is not a momentary loss of control, but sustained violence requiring multiple conscious decisions to continue. It revealed how betrayal and humiliation can drive even successful, educated people to commit acts they would have considered unthinkable before jealousy consumed them. Clara had built a life of success and respectability, but when faced with rejection and infidelity, She chose violence over walking away, destroying everything she had built and taking the life of the man she claimed to love. The video of the murder, shown repeatedly during trial and news coverage, became one of the most disturbing pieces of evidence in a crime driven by the oldest motive in human history. If I cannot have you, no one will. David Harris died in a hotel parking lot, crushed under the wheels of a car driven by the woman he had married, betrayed, and underestimated in the most fatal way possible. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who craved attention more than air, about lies that spiraled into murder, and about how the need to be seen as a victim can transform someone into a monster. In the small town of Springfield, Missouri, where neighbors knew each other and supported one another through hardships, a young mother was gaining sympathy and admiration for her strength in the face of tragedy. Her daughter suffered from mysterious illnesses that required frequent hospitalizations. Friends rallied around her, impressed by her devotion and resilience. But the illnesses were not mysterious at all. They were being caused by the mother herself. This is the story of Dee Dee Blanchard and the murder that exposed years of abuse. For over a decade, Dee Dee convinced the world that her daughter Gypsy Rose was severely ill, confined to a wheelchair, mentally disabled, and suffering from leukemia, muscular dystrophy, and numerous other conditions. She shaved Gypsy's head, forced her to use a wheelchair, and underwent unnecessary surgeries and treatments. In reality, Gypsy was healthy. Dee Dee had Munchausen syndrome by proxy, a disorder where caregivers fabricate or induce illness in those they care for to gain attention and sympathy. On June 14, 2015, Gypsy and her secret boyfriend, Nicholas Gojon, murdered Dee Dee, stabbing her to death in her sleep. The murder exposed decades of abuse and raised difficult questions about victim and perpetrator. Claudine Petra, who later called herself Dee Dee Blanchard, was born on May 3, 1967, in Chack Bay, Louisiana. She grew up in a troubled family where manipulation and dysfunction were normal. From a young age, Dee Dee showed patterns of lying and stealing. Family members described her as someone who constantly sought attention and would fabricate stories to make herself the center of drama. Dee Dee became pregnant as a teenager and gave birth to Gypsy Rose in 1991. The father, Rod Blanchard, was young and unprepared for parenthood. He and Dee Dee separated shortly after Gypsy's birth, though Rod remained involved and paid child support. This gave Dee Dee the perfect situation, a child she could control completely without interference from a partner. When Gypsy was a baby, Dee Dee began claiming the child had sleep apnea and other health problems. As Gypsy grew, the list of supposed illnesses expanded dramatically. Dee Dee claimed Gypsy had muscular dystrophy, leukemia, epilepsy, asthma, and the mental capacity of a 7-year-old due to brain damage from premature birth. None of this was true. Gypsy had been born full-term and healthy. Dee Dee forced Gypsy to use a wheelchair even though she could walk. She shaved Gypsy's head to mimic hair loss from chemotherapy that Gypsy never actually needed. She had feeding tubes inserted even though Gypsy could eat normally. She subjected her daughter to unnecessary surgeries, medications, and treatments, all to maintain the illusion of severe illness. The deception worked spectacularly. Doctors were fooled by Dee Dee's detailed medical histories and her ability to describe symptoms convincingly. When doctors expressed doubt, Dee Dee would simply find new doctors and claim previous records had been lost. After Hurricane Katrina in 2005, Dee Dee used the disaster as an excuse for why medical records were unavailable, making it nearly impossible for doctors to verify her claims. Dee Dee and Gypsy became local celebrities. They received a house from Habitat for Humanity, trips to Disney World from Make-A-Wish Foundation, and constant attention from charities and well-wishers. Dee Dee basked in the sympathy and admiration, presenting herself as a saintly mother caring for a desperately ill child. But Gypsy was becoming aware that something was wrong. As she entered her teens, she realized she was not actually sick. She could walk when her mother was not watching. She was not mentally disabled. She began to understand that her mother was lying and that she was trapped in a prison of fabricated illness. Gypsy began secretly using the internet, creating online profiles where she pretended to be a healthy young woman. In 2012, she met Nicholas Gojon through a Christian dating site. Nicholas had his own psychological problems, including autism and a disturbed sexual fixation on violence, but he believed Gypsy's claims that she was being held prisoner by her abusive mother. Over 3 years, Gypsy and Nicholas developed a relationship conducted entirely online and during brief secret meetings. Gypsy became convinced that murder was her only escape from DD's control. She manipulated Nicholas, playing on his devotion and his violent fantasies, convincing him that killing DD was the only way they could be together. On June 14, 2015, Nicholas traveled to Springfield and entered the home DD and Gypsy shared. While DD slept, Nicholas stabbed her 17 times, killing her. Gypsy waited in another room, listening to her mother die. Afterward, they took money and fled to Wisconsin, where Nicholas lived. Before leaving, Gypsy posted messages on Facebook from DD's account saying cryptic things that alarmed friends. When concerned neighbors found DD's body days later, police initially feared Gypsy had been kidnapped by whoever killed her mother. But investigation quickly revealed the truth. Police tracked Gypsy and Nicholas to Wisconsin through online records and arrested them. During interrogation, the full scope of DD's deception emerged. Medical experts examined Gypsy and confirmed she had no significant health problems. The wheelchair, the medications, the surgeries had all been unnecessary. Years of medical abuse inflicted by a mother whose need for attention had destroyed her daughter's childhood. The legal and moral questions were complex. Gypsy had participated in murdering her mother, but she had also been a victim of horrific abuse for her entire life. Nicholas had committed the actual killing, but had been manipulated by Gypsy. In 2016, Gypsy pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and was sentenced to 10 years in prison. Nicholas was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life without parole. Gypsy Rose was released from prison in December 2023 after serving 8 years. She has spoken publicly about the abuse she suffered and her regret over the murder. She acknowledges she should have sought help through legal means, but felt she had no other escape from her mother's control. The case revealed the horrors of Munchausen syndrome by proxy and how medical systems can fail to protect victims when caregivers are skilled manipulators. It raised difficult questions about culpability when victims of long-term abuse commit violence against their abusers. And it demonstrated that sometimes the people who seem most devoted and caring are actually the most dangerous, using love and concern as masks for cruelty and control. I'm going to tell you a story about betrayal in the most intimate form, about a man who used charm as a weapon, and about how trust can become the deadliest vulnerability of all. In the affluent suburbs of Connecticut during the 1980s, a successful airline pilot seemed to have everything: a beautiful home, a thriving career, and the respect of his community. He was intelligent, well-spoken, and appeared to be living the American dream. But Richard Crafts was hiding a dark secret, and when his wife finally decided to leave him, he would commit a crime so calculated it would change forensic investigation forever. This is the story of Richard Crafts, the wood chipper incident. In November 1986, his wife Hella, a flight attendant, disappeared after telling friends she planned to divorce Richard and had gathered evidence of his infidelity. Richard claimed she had left for Denmark to visit family, but investigators became suspicious. What they eventually discovered was that Richard had ended his wife's life, then used a commercial wood chipper to destroy her body, scattering the remains across a frozen riverbank. His conviction in 1989 became the first successful prosecution in Connecticut history without an intact body, revolutionizing how cases could be prosecuted. Richard Bunnell Crafts was born on December 20th, 1937, in New York. His childhood appeared stable on the surface, with a middle-class upbringing and adequate resources. He was intelligent and performed well academically, showing particular aptitude for technical subjects and planning. He pursued aviation and became a commercial airline pilot, a prestigious career that required discipline and attention to detail. Richard married Helen Nielsen in 1969. Hella was a beautiful Danish woman who worked as a flight attendant for Pan Am. They had 3 children and lived in a comfortable home in Newtown, Connecticut. To outsiders, they seemed like a successful couple living a comfortable suburban life. Richard was respected in his profession and appeared to be a devoted family man. But the marriage was troubled beneath the surface. Richard was controlling and emotionally distant. He monitored Hella's activities and became angry when she showed independence. He had affairs, but became enraged when he suspected Hella of any disloyalty. The relationship was marked by his need for absolute control over every aspect of their lives. By 1986, Hella had had enough. She consulted a divorce attorney and began gathering evidence of Richard's infidelity, including receipts and documentation that would support her case. She told friends and family that she was leaving Richard and feared how he might react. She made it clear that if anything happened to her, Richard should be the primary suspect. These statements would later prove crucial to the investigation. On November 18, 1986, during a snowstorm, Hella disappeared. Richard told people she had gone to Denmark to visit her sick mother. He produced what appeared to be letters and communications from Hella explaining her absence. But Hella's friends and family did not believe these explanations. Hella would never abandon her children. They insisted, and the communications did not sound like her. Police began investigating, and suspicions centered on Richard from the beginning. His story had inconsistencies, and his behavior seemed wrong for someone whose wife had suddenly left. He showed little emotion or concern about Hella's absence. He was making plans to sell their house and reorganize his life unusually quickly for someone expecting his wife to return. Investigators discovered that Richard had rented a large commercial wood chipper in the days following Hella's disappearance. Witnesses reported seeing him operating the machine near the Housatonic River during the snowstorm, unusual activity for that time and weather. He had also purchased new bedding and had cleaned the house extensively. Police obtained a warrant to search the property and began painstaking forensic work. They examined the wood chipper Richard had rented and found tiny fragments of human tissue, bone, and hair inside. They searched the riverbank where witnesses had seen him operating the machine and found minute pieces of human remains, teeth, bone fragments, and other evidence scattered across a wide area. The forensic investigation was groundbreaking. Scientists examined hundreds of tiny fragments, piecing together evidence that would prove what had happened to Hella. They found a tooth cap that Hella's dentist identified as matching her dental work. They found fingernail fragments with polish matching the brand Hella used. They found bone pieces that, when analyzed, were consistent with Hella's medical history, including old injuries. The case against Richard was built on these fragments and on the circumstantial evidence of his actions after Hella's disappearance. Prosecutors argued that Richard had ended Hella's life in their home, likely while she slept, then dismembered her body and used the wood chipper to destroy the remains, scattering them along the riverbank where they would be difficult to find and identify. Richard's first trial in 1988 ended in a hung jury. One juror could not accept that the tiny fragments constituted sufficient proof. But prosecutors tried him again, and in 1989, Richard Crafts was convicted. The jury accepted that the accumulation of forensic evidence, combined with Richard's suspicious behavior and the circumstances of Hella's disappearance, proved beyond reasonable doubt that he had ended his wife's life. He was sentenced to 50 years in prison. Throughout both trials, Richard showed little emotion and maintained that Hella had simply left and the evidence against him was coincidental or misinterpreted. He never confessed and never showed remorse for what had happened to the mother of his children. Richard Crafts was released from prison in 2020 after serving over 30 years. He was 82 years old when freed, an elderly man who had spent most of his adult life behind bars. His release sparked outrage from Hella's family and friends, who felt justice had not been fully served. The Crafts case became famous in forensic science and legal circles as a landmark prosecution. It demonstrated that cases could be successfully tried even without an intact body, as long as sufficient physical evidence could be gathered and presented. The painstaking forensic work involved in identifying tiny fragments scattered across a wide area became a model for future investigations. Helle Crafts's family never recovered from her loss. Her children grew up without their mother, knowing their father had taken her from them. They had to process not just the loss, but the horrific manner of it, knowing that Richard had tried to erase every trace of Helle's existence. The case stands as a reminder that danger often comes from those closest to us, that domestic relationships can become deadly when control and possession override love and respect. Richard Crafts could not accept that Helle would leave him, and rather than let her go, he chose to destroy her completely, believing his careful planning would allow him to escape justice. The tiny fragments of evidence he could not eliminate became the proof that brought him down, demonstrating that even the most calculated crimes leave traces that determined investigators can find. I'm going to tell you a story about greed, deception, and how the pursuit of wealth can twist a person's morality so completely that murder becomes just another step in a calculated plan. This is the story of H. Holmes, the man who built one of America's first known murder castles, and the crimes that would make him one of the most infamous serial killers in history. Herman Webster Mudgett, later known to the world as Dr. Henry Howard Holmes, was born on May 16, 1861, in Gilmanton, New Hampshire, into a strict religious family. His father, a well-respected farmer, was authoritarian and instilled in young Herman a fascination with control and order. Herman's early life was marked by an unusual curiosity about death and anatomy. As a child, he reportedly dissected animals and experimented with poisons, displaying a disturbing obsession with understanding how bodies worked and how they could be harmed. As he grew, Herman's intelligence became apparent. He excelled in school, particularly in science and mathematics, and gained a reputation as a prodigious student. However, those close to him noticed a darker side: manipulativeness, lying, and a lack of empathy. He was charming when it served him, persuasive when he wanted something, and capable of extreme cruelty in private. Friends recalled that even in adolescence, he had a fascination with controlling others and bending reality to suit his desires. In 1880, Herman entered the University of Michigan's medical school, studying medicine and, notably, anatomy. It was there that he further developed his knowledge of poisons, human physiology, and surgical procedures, all of which would later become tools in his crimes. While at university, he reportedly began experimenting with fraud, selling fake diplomas, and concocting elaborate schemes to deceive others. By the time he graduated, he had already learned how to use charm, intelligence, and trust as a weapon. After medical school, Holmes moved to Chicago, a booming city full of opportunity and anonymity. It was the late 1880s, and Chicago was preparing for the 1893 World's Columbian Exposition, a massive fair that would bring thousands of visitors to the city. Holmes saw the fair not as an opportunity to celebrate progress, but as a chance to exploit, manipulate, and ultimately kill. Holmes purchased a 3-story building in the Englewood neighborhood of Chicago, claiming he was opening a hotel for visitors attending the World's Fair. But this building was no ordinary hotel. He remodeled it extensively, installing hidden staircases, trapdoors, soundproof rooms, secret passages, and even a crematorium in the basement. Every architectural detail was designed to confuse, trap, and ultimately kill those who entered. The building became known as the Murder Castle, and it would soon earn a horrifying reputation. Holmes's crimes were not impulsive. They were meticulously planned. He lured young women to his hotel under the guise of employment, romance, or safe lodging. Once inside, he would isolate them in locked rooms or hidden compartments, torment them, and eventually kill them using poison, strangulation, or starvation. He used his medical knowledge to inflict precise harm and dispose of bodies in ways that made detection difficult. Many victims were cremated, dismembered, or buried in unmarked locations within the building or on nearby properties he owned. Holmes also used his crimes to facilitate financial gain. He married multiple women, often bigamously, and murdered them for life insurance payouts. He created elaborate schemes to embezzle money from hospitals, insurance companies, and businesses, using murder as a way to remove obstacles while profiting from their deaths. His charm, education, and social skills allowed him to manipulate everyone around him, from employees and tenants to business partners and romantic partners. For years, Holmes's activities went unnoticed. Chicago was a chaotic, rapidly growing city, and the transient nature of the World's Fair provided cover for his crimes. Missing persons were common, and Holmes's careful planning ensured he left little trace. Neighbors and guests often described him as polite and helpful, even philanthropic, further masking the horrors occurring behind the walls of his castle. Holmes's downfall began in 1894, when the suspicious death of his associate, Benjamin Pitzel, drew police attention. Pitzel's death was part of a larger insurance fraud scheme, but it led authorities to investigate Holmes's other activities. As investigators examined his properties, including the infamous murder castle, the scale of his crimes became apparent. Hidden rooms, secret passages, and evidence of dismembered bodies revealed a level of premeditation and cruelty that stunned investigators. During his trial, Holmes was charged with the murder of Benjamin Pitzel and later confessed to other killings, though historians believe the total number of victims may have been far higher. Estimates range from 27 to possibly over 200. The trial was sensationalized by the media, portraying Holmes as a cold, calculating genius capable of unimaginable evil. His ability to manipulate, charm, and deceive, even after his capture, fascinated and horrified the public. Holmes was convicted and sentenced to death. On May 7, 1896, he was hanged in Philadelphia, bringing an end to a reign of terror that had spanned more than a decade. Yet even in death, his story became legendary, symbolizing the darkest extremes of human cunning and cruelty. The murder castle was demolished, but the legend remained, inspiring books, documentaries, and studies of criminal psychology for generations. The story of H. Holmes is not simply about murder. It is about the power of intelligence, charm, and planning when combined with moral corruption. It demonstrates how greed, obsession, and the desire for control can drive a person to exploit and destroy those around them, even while maintaining a facade of normalcy. Holmes's life is a chilling reminder that evil can hide in plain sight, that ambition without conscience can be catastrophic, and that some people are capable of calculating horrors beyond imagination. Even today, Holmes's crimes captivate and horrify because they expose a terrifying truth. The most dangerous people are not always those who are obviously violent, but those who can manipulate, deceive, and plan meticulously, hiding monstrous intentions behind the mask of everyday life.